相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
It's go time. It's go time. Let's go, let's go. We stepping into the room. Y'all feel the energy boom. Enemies doom. We shut them in like a tomb. Spectators safely assume we are the winning team. Got our eyes locked on that victory. Give it all and the rest is history. We the best and there ain't no mystery. No mystery. It's go time. The whole time. It's show time. Let them know time. It's go time. The whole time. Scoring goals time. Let them know time. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions. It's go time.
Welcome to MPL LATAM Season 3 Playoffs, day number 3. A lot of threes here with me today, Faye and also Chrono, still live and online with you guys. We are going to be here the whole day at the English desk.
Hey, yeah, it's an exciting time, to be honest, if you ask me. It's playoffs. MPL LATAM is coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you get your tacos, you get your tortillas, you get your popcorn, you get everything that you want to get grab, and make sure you stay glued to your screen because we got exciting matches in store. And of course, it is getting to that competitive part of the competition, the pointy end to see who's gonna get to the MSC soon enough. And we have an action-packed weekend, 3 days back to back.
And of course, we'll be looking for our players. A lot of new favorites here, like for example, Kronos became and fell in love with Corinthians. And of course, before that though, you gotta fall in love with our sponsors too today, with the path of becoming a professional starts in community gaming. To everyone who's looking for a tournament, who wants to host a tournament, you can definitely go to the website at communitygaming.io.
Hey, and not just that, let's not forget Bonoxus.com. You gotta go there, recharge really quick. Bonoxus.com, BNX MPL 3. That's the code. You get 5% discount. Super safe, secure, and make sure you avail that discount because it's only valid for a limited period of time. And also at the same time, if you want to be MVP in your photos, MVP in your game, you gotta lock into that Techno 40 series. It is awesome, guys. Let me tell you something. It's pretty awesome. Not just the fact that you can capture the action as it freezes it in place with their new snapshot feature. So make sure you go check out that as well.
Don't forget, of course, there's a lot of moments to see, a lot of moments to capture, and a lot of moments to learn. Because coming in day number 3, there are some matches to be quite seen here for me. I think like it's interesting to see because we are at the lower brackets now. So we started at upper and now we're going to see 4 teams to fight it off. If ever they win, they can still continue their journey. But if ever they don't, oh my goodness, Kronos, what will happen to them?
If they don't, they're gonna be heartbroken. That's the thing. And being heartbroken when you've come so far into the competition is just not something that they want to be. Like even me myself, like I don't if I'm going through a competition for about 3 long months, I definitely don't want to be one of the first teams out in the playoffs. And oh my god, it's an exciting time, Vey, but also it's disheartening just to think that one of the teams might just be going home.
But I mean, that's the nature of the tournament. You gotta get through it. You gotta know some placements here and there, because not everybody gets to be in the first prize. Well, I mean, like overall, we're looking at very interesting games here today. Because like later we'll see on the schedules, of course. But I'm actually quite excited to see that for example, like in Entity 7 going up against Team Infinity, because I mean even during the playoffs day number 1 and 2 last week, they put up a good fight. Actually, it's not even that one-sided, but sadly they were just fallen short because they're going up against like stronger teams. So seeing these two duke it out later in the first match, ooh, this is going to be a hot match.
Hey, I told you, bro, it's gonna be picante. It's gonna be hot. Picante in Spanish means hot. I'm telling you, it's getting to the hot part of the competition. And knowing how the LATAM region likes its heat, not just in the weather, not just in the region, not just in their food, of course, in their gameplay as well. And you said it best. Yes, some of the teams that's coming in, the match is gonna be super hot. The action is gonna be packed. I'm looking forward to the entire weekend as a whole, Vic. I'm looking forward to the entire weekend as a whole, because if you remember, we watched that Corinthians match, right? I know Corinthians are not playing today, guys, but I want to tell about Corinthians just because of the fact that, oh my god, Chef Flick. Bro, I was saying that Corinthians are cooking with their draft. They've been cooking with their lineup. They've been cooking with their gameplay. And guess what? Chef Flick, all of a sudden, Chef approved. Chef approved. They are cooking. I'm telling you, they are.
And this
cooking.
Is coming from a chef.
No, I just came back from like a 12-hour shift as well. So, like, I've been cooking all day. I'm coming here to see people cooking MLBB in the land of dawn. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be absolute cinema. The way that he just debuted last week was his debut. It was his debut in MPL LATAM. I can't believe it.
Season 3. E nessa quinta semana tivemos jogos de tirar o fôlego, então vamos começar logo com isso. No primeiro embate entre essas duas equipes gloriosas, Infinity e Influence Range nos proporcionaram um game extravagante, mas quem levou a boa foi a Influence Range, que acabou com tudo. O Exódia ML voltou, a nação corintiana está feliz com mais uma vitória. Desta vez, quem foi a vítima foi a Dream Max, que teve que ver seus aliados caindo um por um. Neste jogo belíssimo entre Influence Range e Nines, ele, Furry, estava lá para conseguir garantir mais uma vitória, com um Killer Spring e um Lordzinho na mão. E deixamos o melhor jogo por último. Entity 7 e Corinthians nos proporcionaram um jogo maravilhoso. Mas quem brilhou dessa vez foi Yupa, com seu rato mágico, fazendo magia atrás de magia, dash atrás de dash. O que você pensa? O menino estava inspirado. Que mentira, já acabou? Bom, pessoal, isso é tudo. Se você gostou, não esqueça de seguir a MPL LATAM em suas redes sociais. Eu vou ficando por aqui. Até.
Wow, amazing recap, of course. A lot of plays that you've seen. Like, again, as you've mentioned before, we've witnessed it. And day number 1, day number 2, a lot of hot plays coming in. And those are the teams going up against top teams. Some are one-sided, some are not. But for today, I don't think so. It's going to be one-sided though. For my predictions, first match, 3-2. What about you, Kronos?
I'll be honest, I don't remember my prediction. I think it's 3-1 is what I gave. 3-1 or 3-2. I'll take a look though. Of course, I'll take a look. But speaking of our predictions, the matches for today, 2 best of 5s, DreamHack 9Z Globant. The Brazilians take on the Argentinian Giants. And of course, the match to follow up, the Peruvian Giants face off Entity 7 and Infinity. And we know both the matches might actually go all the way.
Oof. Best of 5 series, so all 5 games? Don't know. Quite exciting.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Don't worry, because definitely not dying, because we're just starting on the stream. Our knockout brackets for season 3 here. Again, as you see it for today, May 23rd, there's Entity 7 versus Team Infinity, 9Z Global versus Max, and whoever is the winner, you can check it out later on tomorrow, with also witnessing the upper bracket semi-finals. There's Influence Rage going up against Corinthians. Whoever lost from that, they gotta face off with the winner from lower brackets later on. Because, I mean, it's quite an interesting thing to see. If ever tomorrow is basically a confirmation of who's getting the first slot for grand finals. But for today, though, it's kind of a confirmation of like who's going home at first. So
yeah,
it's kind of risky to see.
Yeah, I agree. And between who's going home first, we're gonna find out. Of course, first match is gonna be DreamHack versus 9Z Global. You can see the Brazilian squad: Black, Rainbow, Blink, Shukaku, as well as V2. And I'll be honest, it is going all eyes, for me at least, it's gonna be on V2 because he's been the one that's carrying the games, right, Vey?
I mean, so far, as long as he has like the Granger and most typically like carry heroes, should be okay. And I mean, like, I'm just waiting for a moment, like one of the heroes that you actually really like to see in day 1 and day 2, Kimmy. If ever it's out, you can play it. I'm kind of curious though how it goes in the hands of V2. But of course, they are also going head-to-head later with Team Infinity. Doom is going to be on a gold lane too. So it's not going to be an easy fit because like both of them plays the Granger, the Harrods are quite amazing to an extent. And I just can't wait to see what those heroes will be brought up for today or not. Because like priority bans will shift here and there, but let's see which of the heroes that later on the teams prioritize to ban out.
If you ask me, I've been while I've been playing while watching, of course. So we are avid MLBB lovers. For those of you who don't know, that's why we love to cast. That's why we love to play. And while you're at it, you can follow us as well. You can see our socials at G_Chronos and at It's Vey here. What I was trying to say, Vey, is I did see a lot of Changas pop up, right? The slight change, the slight adjustment that took place. Now people are starting to realize that. I know we didn't cover it last week because kind of slipped by us as well, if you think about it. But the CD reduction that you get on a Changa right now, if you build the magic shoes and then you get to the enchanted talisman, you're going to have ultimates every 8 seconds. Imagine meteor shower every 8 seconds. That's just absolutely crazy.
Quem é o mais
Basically a
curioso do
machine
time?
gun.
Ixi, acho que é eu, velho.
Yeah.
Não
And
sei,
while we're at it,
acho
let's
que
take
é
a look
eu.
at what
Acho que
DreamHack has to
estressa
say.
quando sai coisa errada. É, acho que é. Acho que é o Blink mesmo.
Quem é o mais tryhard?
O Rainbow e o Black. E o Aurora.
Eu sou
Os três
tryhard.
juntos. Os três juntos.
Eu sou tryhard.
Quem é o mais feeder?
Eu sou o tanque que mais morro.
Acho que é o Blink.
Quem é o mais inteligente?
Não.
Acho que o Blink eu acho.
É, nós dois, nós que roda o jogo ali, nós é mais inteligente.
E quem é o mais engraçado?
Ah, o Blackão.
Ah, o Black.
O Blackão é mineiro, velho.
Black.
Some fun conversations here and there to learn, to be honest.
And I think that was DreamHack, right? Well, we saw DreamHack guys just chilling and hanging out and talking to us about various things, of course. But at the same time, if you ask me, I think DreamHack right now might be kind of favorites with their lineup, especially after what 9Z Globe and Tunnel Vision last week. That YSS. I don't want to see that YSS. I mean, yes, that's the first time I'm saying I don't want to see a YSS. He's amazing on the YSS, but I don't think today is the day to pull it up. At least not for the first 2 games, because of course this is what their lineup is looking like. Arctic, Hiron, Bush, Shin, Irvin, and Yer. And Vey, tell me who you got eyes on for this one.
For now, since you brought up the YSS though, my eyes on Hiron Bush, to be honest, because other than they are quite following up with the Yishun Shin and everything, dude is good at other junglers too. So if ever today they don't really want to force that comfort pick, even though it is a comfort pick and also a signature pick for Hiron Bush, question is, can this work or not up against DreamHack, up out of all people actually too. So even looking at their past results, DreamHack didn't get the chance to win against 9Z Global and week 1 day 2. So will this technically be a revenge story, or will 9Z Global take it home as a sweep again? So just like to hear that.
If you ask me, baguettes are not sweet, but you know, I think they definitely want that cookie though. But well, we'll find out about the cookie, because who's gonna be the one to take it out of the cookie jar? The team head-to-heads up on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Arctic from 9Z Global and Black from DreamHack. So both these EXP laners have a big role to play, and we know how important the EXP lane is, Vey. For the first hurdle, they need to get it set up. They need to get things going for their team. And to be honest, if Black gets his way, it's gonna look black. It's gonna look dark for 9Z Global.
Because after all, we've seen like most of their drafts on the heroes they play. It's a lot of flexed heroes again, with the EXP and also the roamer picks. So it can differ later on. How they want to play it out, how they want to try to draft it, because it's a mix of combinations, I might say. So up against 9Z Global, they've set up a high bar at first, even coming into playoff state number 1. Basically, the top team, they've won like 3 matches on a streak, so they got their first slot in playoffs that easily. But since they're now at the lower brackets, they gotta bring their A game. you can't really hope for a Hail Mary play or a sudden, what do you call it? A sudden lucky streak. Because it is going to be a hard fight clawing their way out up against a dragon out of all people. So it's gonna be good.
Hey, and not just that, right? DreamHack have been a top team for a long time. It's just, I feel like this season just wasn't theirs, was it, Vay? Even though it wasn't, they still made it right now into the playoffs. Yes, they're in the lower bracket. Yes, it's a knockout match. But I feel like 9Z Global might have lost momentum at the wrong time, right? I feel like they've lost momentum at the wrong time, especially like now looking at the fact that they're going against DreamHack will be looking to capitalize on that moment. I just hope 9Z Global don't look like a shadow of their former selves, what they showed us in the Swiss stages. Hopefully they get better and better. But you know, it's a best of 5. Anything can happen. The best of 5 is a long series, and if DreamHack are able to capitalize, oof, it's just 9Z Global would have had a disappointing playoffs, right? They would have had a disappointing end to the season.
Yeah, because I did talk about it in day number 1, right? I'm just curious about how these top teams are going to perform, because after that 1.5 month break, it's quite long.
Yeah.
So other than just watching, probably they're active playing ranked games, playing scrims here and there. But the question is, scrims and ranked games will never be as same as the tournaments, right? So you got to put it up to the task, because I feel like DreamHack could actually have a shot in this for now, because like so far their journey wasn't as short as 9Z Global and they got in dream match. On the other hand, DreamHack, they gotta go to relegation route. They survived that. Even took 1 point against Team Infinity. So even right now, still having a place to stand on at playoffs, day number 3. It's their last chance. Go big or go home. Because first day, they kind of got kicked out. It kind of got fallen short because they're going up against head-to-head with Corinthians. So it's not that quite easy. So at least this is a chance for them to prove themselves too.
Yeah, I bet, because it's definitely a chance to prove themselves that it wasn't just luck, right? Like you mentioned, because they had a long break. I just hope it wasn't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we get straight into the draft at the moment, and I feel like this might be the difference maker, who's going to be on blue and who's going to be on red, because 9Z Global on the blue side, I personally, in this particular meta, I would like to be on the red side, just because you get those 2 power picks in return, and there's so much left open, right? As you can see, the bans are already coming through hot, and they're fast. Jushin, Harriet, Phoveus, Fanny, Kalea, Chip. So that's what, 2 roam bands, 1 EXP, 1 gold, 1 jungle, and 1 mid laner. So a lot of control being taken off the table, right, Vay?
So since all of those controls are being taken off the table, you gotta have those damage dealers coming in. 9Z Global getting the Kimmy. Next, if you're DreamHack, you gotta prioritize V2's Granger, since there is no Harris, so at least you eliminate that factor in. Because for me, I think DreamHack getting on the second pick is good. Do really agree with you. At least they get like 2 power picks in the draft in this meta, but you gotta be careful though. You don't want to repeat history of other matches of other teams of you quote unquote passively become just a reactive team on what's the draft from 9Z Global, and you kind of want to react to that. So far right now from DMX, they're just picking up good picks. They let go of the Granger. It's still okay, but at least you secure on the Valentina and the Baksha. So you want to go copy, you want to go fast rotation, but it's also an answer from 9Z Global picking up the Gatot Gacha and Granger though. So far, I'm not really liking the trades, because I really think that DreamHack could secure the Granger at first. And right now, getting into Lucas, they really want to play tanky, but does this mean will Shin try to make the Kimmy work at the mid lane though?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be Shin with Kimi in the mid lane, right? Because you can see Yur's going to be taking the Granger in the gold lane. They've opted for two different styles over here. Two damage dealers right off the bat, but on the other side, they have a lot of CC, a lot of crowd control, a lot of tankiness coming into the fray. So I feel like DreamHack over here might just need to top it off with a possible Angela. If they go for an Angela here, Angela or Florin, to be honest, and then get yourself a Moskov, I don't see them losing whatsoever. And they need someone on the other side for 9Z Globen to create that space. And that's why you can see the Moskov being taken off. And if I was them, I'd really be looking to double down on either an Angela or a Florin, because the Boxer can be flexed in the EXP lane, in the jungle, in the roam position as well. He's not a bad roamer. He definitely can give a lot of release to the junglers. He has a good amount of stun. And against the Kimi or a Granger, he definitely can get into the back line and get at least that 1.5 second stun, right? So that's looking good for DreamHack for now. But again, in theory, it's really good. In practicality, hey, exactly, on paper it's really good. In theory it's really good, but you know, when you have to give your exam, when you gotta do a practical of it, this Kimi and Granger are really good at kiting. So that, and they need a frontliner, of course, in the jungle. So that's why the Fredrin's being banned off. And over here, I mean, 9Z Globen have to see it. Florin, Angela, yes, they're going to have a slightly weak mid lane, but not like the Kimi is going to be absolutely crazy as well.
At some point, though, I do understand why they pick up the Valentina. So they're probably learning from Corinthians. So you don't you actually deny the counter off the Lucas if ever it's wanted to be flexed to the EXP. But right now, if that Valentina, I think that Valentina is going to be mid. If ever they want to pick up the Rumor, Faramis still can work, though. If ever they want to try out a lot of kiting team fights from against the Kimi and also the Granger. What is this good pick? Okay, Cloud. Turns out you want to go head to head laning phase though with the Granger. It's going to be kind of hard because laning wise in the early game it's still preferably Granger, but if ever you want to play out as a draft in the whole draft, I mean, AoE wise should be a good pair with the Baksha and also the Lucas. And 9Z Globen getting a strong jungler, still want to go to that bursty type of high damage type of heroes. You get up the Glue and also the Suyo. At least you do have to sustain. You do have the potential to just kite in and back. Right now, last pick though for DreamHack should be good if ever they pick up a support here. A healer, I mean.
Wait, did I hear a Matilda?
Oh?
Nah, bro. I told you they needed a heal. This is... I called it. I knew the box is going to be EXP. Luke is going to be jungle. They just needed a roamer. 9Z Globen didn't see it coming. I like the Claude as well, because the Claude gets to dive into the back line. That's what they need. They need someone to dive. And they have that in the form of the Claude. They have that in the form of the Matilda. 9Z Globen have the glue, which can create the space, which is really great. But then again, for how long? Claude will start shredding these tanks. Claude is going to start dealing a lot of damage, and with Matilda's guiding wind, it's a very high mobility comp. DreamHack, I like DreamHack's draft better for this game.
But for now, I think the homework that 9Z Globen needs to do is to try to suppress on the Claude, because other than him, it's going to be hard if you just want to let the Valentina and also the Lucas deal out a lot of damage. So let's see, 10 heroes getting picked up quite easily here for the first match of the day and also first game. So coming to you live here on the English Desk MPL LATAM Season 3 with our friends from 9Z Globen versus DreamHack Esports.
Yeah, and I think looking at the emblem setups right now, you can see Granger just wants to go sustain. He knows the name of the game is to stay as long as he can in these fights. While in the mid lane, Shin is actually getting some good poke on towards Blink. That's really good for 9Z Globen, of course. And you can see Rainbow comes in and tries to take his jungle at least. He's able to, but again, look at the emblems, Vey. needs a little more sustain. That's why rocking the fighter emblem. On the other side, again, V2. This guy has been doing this since last week. Oh wait, Arctic taking out solo. Fast rotation. Shukaku forced the flicker also. Shin goes in, but still Dream Max and 9Z Global, no first blood yet.
Still playing it slow, even though they're aggressive, but no collateral yet. Rainbow being in front.
Yeah, Rain. He's trying to get out. Black forced to use the Revitalize as well. So at the moment, it's looking good for 9Z Global and DreamHack. 9Z Global have a better poke in the early game compared to DreamHack, right? And you can see that coming into fruition as well. And earlier, what I was talking about, is V2. He's running the Master Assassin again. He likes doing this so much that DreamHack, or rather the 9Z Global, need to find an angle to punish, because he's not going for the tenacity. He's not going to be extra tanky. He definitely is not going for the extra mobility. He wants that 1v1. He wants the solo laning. You can take a look. That's what he's going for, the Master Assassin. And that might just be the difference maker when he goes 1v1 against Yer.
And still, it's going to be a little bit hard because you want to go quite aggressive in the early game. So ending up with Yer is going to be a bit of a problem, but you know what? Engage
Oh my god, hide on bush. Black, first blood in the hands of 9Z Global. Hide on bush secures that for them. And I think that was just a lot of chain CC coming to the fray, with Shin able to put the, to get Black, you know, rooted in one position. But here Irwin gets the taunt on towards two of them, and you can see Shukaku forced to get out, but at the same time hide on bush has a lot of damage coming through. AOG kind of misses everyone. No, it doesn't. It catches them in place. Irwin gets the taunt once again. Black as well as Rainbow taking out low, but unleashing the beast, and Shin is just doing way too much damage. Maximum charge comes through as he goes again, as they get the kill. Hide on bush can't really do much because all the damage is coming from Shin. He's just executing them left, right, and center.
And since there are some trade-offs here and there, I don't think that it's going to be a very impactful trade-off yet, but surely it will rank up a lot of damage here. But seeing V2 though up on top, quite aggressive there, even trying to dive in. But again, this is not the Claude that we see in like M6, not as powerful as before, because there are some adjustments here and there, and plus you're going up against other typical scaling heroes also, so you probably need some time if ever you want to try to initiate here and there. But 9Z Global, they are really aware because of that. Whatever DreamHack is just trying to pull off, sure, they can sustain in the early game, but the question is, till when? As you said it. Because even though they do have the Claude, but as long as they can suppress it, 9Z Global, I feel like they do have more firepower later on, at least up to the mid game. Because if you're scaling up to the late game, you gotta play that timing right. Because if ever DreamHack is already as tanky as you think, and 9Z Global don't have the penetration items to do so, it's just going to be a hard fight coming in. Arctic?
Yeah, speaking of a fight in the turtle, you can see AOG coming through as well. Hide on bush gets Shukaku. Oh my goodness, somebody stop him. He is a monster again, coming through with the AOG of their own from Blink. You can see the damage being done already. Irvin taken out low. Meanwhile, Vito tries to go in and drops down the Blazing Duet as well. The turtle is going to be up for contest. 6,000 HP. Hide on bush and the rest of 9Z Global definitely have the advantage. They secure that in their favor. Again, two turtles in their hands. Every single time DreamHack wants to fight, they're not able to because they just don't have the damage just yet.
Not yet. Again, that's the highlighted word, because right now, even hide on bush, you want to try to escape there. Even Shukaku's initiation, a lot of people from the from DreamHack can't really reach as far yet, because they gotta move as a unit. It's not that typical solo pick-off thing. But you know what, 9Z Global, they really want to suppress V2 right now.
Oh my god. And this is what you were talking about, right, Vay? As long as they can suppress V2, the side of 9Z Global, they have a better late game, and I think they can definitely make that comeback. But right now, Arctic here, out of position. Rainbow along with Black, Tortoise's Poissons, and unleashing the beast. Actually didn't even unleash the beast. They definitely got that kill in their favor. So they're taking trades. DreamHack are taking trades, and 9Z Global so far with the gold advantage, even though they have a late game composition. So I think it's just going to come down to positioning themselves in a team fight. As long as V2 can get to the back line of 9Z Global, DreamHack definitely will be looking, you know, at least looking victorious so far.
Okay, even though kill score wise it's not really as far as you think, but Hide on Bush is just very actively trying to find a lot of jungles, because leading to the mid, even to the late, 9Z Global's heroes, they really gotta find a lot of objectives here and there, because they're technically bringing in 3 scaling heroes. On the other side of DreamHack, they only have 1, Lucas, if you can't add to the mid. But that's not going to be enough though if V2 is being suppressed like that.
Yeah, he is, right? He's being suppressed like that so well by 9Z Global. And this is why you don't want to run the Master Assassin. Yes, it helps you in the 1v1 during the laning phase, but after that, you're going to have a hard time because you want to be split pushing because you're a marksman. You're going to be in the team fight. You're going to be in the thick of it. So you really need to understand how to play that. And every single time V2 does it, especially on a Claude where it's not going to be fruitful. But now with the Turtle, you can see they get the Retribution on point. Rainbow is able to secure that, and they use the Shockwave Blast to disperse, disengage. But Arctic did his job. 9Z Global did their job. They slowed everything down, although they gave away the Turtle. And now you can see Black goes through, but the split comes again. So 9Z Global definitely dominating this game from the get-go. It's 7 minutes in. They still have the goal lead.
Okay, so far so good, and even Arctic already securing a Radiant. It's definitely looking pretty good, so they aren't going to be afraid of Blink on the Valentina though. So right now DreamHack, so they really have to find a solution. How does V2 is going to scale up? How they are going to funnel in gold just for him, because even looking at the equipments, this is really a gold deficiency. Without any kills, without any assists, you want to go for the Holy Trinity item, but it's not enough. Even looking at the Granger, you already have the Sky Piercer, you already have the Hunter Strike. That is a clear sign that you already have a bigger power. But you know what, DreamHack is just going to start a fight here.
Oh wait, they were going to, but you see Blink. Oh my god, it was a nice use of the IMU, right? Just taking away the evil Queller and almost getting Hide on Bush, and that is a bounty they want to get because he's 5-0-1 on the KDA. But 9Z Global do not want to give it away whatsoever, and Shin has been the focal point for them as well, just poking them from afar, and DreamHack don't have an answer.
So far, DreamHack, I think they're just going to play reactive. They're going to play defensive because that's the most thing that they can do right now. Because if they want to go head to head with 9Z Global, they don't have the damage yet. So there's a lot of resources that you need to really account to, because like 9Z Global is just jumping in.
Wow. AOG comes through and Rainbow gets taken down, and now he's on a monster kill. Shukaku is down and out as well. 9Z Global slowly taking this game, and I think, if this is going to be the pace that they set for the BO5, seems like that early push in the series, early push in the season that they got from the Swiss brackets doesn't look like a fluke anymore, does it?
And even right now, looking at 9Z Global, they're just really suppressing it quite well. I might say it's quite clean, because from the movements they've seen, it's just well-rounded. Looking currently, they just really want to take down those tier 2 turrets for 9Z Global. If ever they manage to get a 3-0 for this game, this is basically history repeating themselves. And getting that clean sweep in the first match of the day, wow, that's going to be a quick one for today.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick one today, and I know, Vey, you're smiling, but you can see right now, Hide on Bush, level 15, man. It's less than 10 minutes. He's already hit that power spike. Rainbow is just 12. The Lord is marching down the top side. All tier 2 is taken, except for the mid one that's left standing, but the maximum charge pulls them in place. Hide on Bush looking for the flank angle. Blink right now. He's kind of off position, but they're still able to get that tier 2 in the mid lane. Holy defense is procced on all 3 lanes, and now it's going to be a difficult push coming through. A difficult defense for DreamHack. The Lord is on the top topside. AOG to zone them away as well. And Blink is caught off guard. He has to flicker out. He takes the AOG for himself, but right now you can see V2 has no damage. He gets chunked down to half HP. And now Black with the rest of DreamHack. How to defend. Rainbow goes in but gets taunted. But here comes the flash step and flash combo. The damage from behind is way too much. Blink comes through with the AOG of his own, but Yer has to flicker out. But V2 goes into the back line. He's eating a lot of damage, and you can see he's on a killing spree. Shin gets the kill. Now without the damage dealer, Shukaku goes through, but it's too little, too late. But 9Z Globan got what they came for.
At least a good defensive play by DreamHack right now, but a lot of resources again and again getting taken out, getting chunked down from 9Z Globan. This type of extended team fights, sure, DreamHack can respond because they have enough HP to tank all of it. But question is, if no V2, who will able to chunk down 9Z Globan? Because even with all the items that he tried to secure now, even leading up to the 11th minute, 25th second right now, it is still hard going up against 9Z Globan. Even with Arctic getting that dominance ice, it's just going to be harder to chunk everybody down. Even with Yuri and Shin, placement wise, so pretty, so playfully, they aren't able to find an answer to just chunk them down. If they can't, it's hard.
Don't really know. Yeah, it's really hard, Vey. It's really hard just because of the fact that they have so much mobility. They have 2 flickers, right? And they have a monstrous front line, 9Z Globan. DreamHack, the only way they could catch them was with this I forgot this hero's name. Baxia. I almost forgot that. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking they see me rolling. That's what I was thinking in my head. But yeah, with the
same song in my head.
You know, he's the one that, in theory, again, that's what we mentioned in the draft, right? On paper, it looks good, but when it comes to execution, it's super hard because it's very fine lines that DreamHack are walking on, and it's not looking good for them because 9Z Globan have taken about a 10k goal lead now, and they have 2 marksmen who have not died a single time. Hide on Bush is snowballing like a monster. Gets himself a rose gold meteor as well right now for extra bit of sustain. 603 on the KDA. Arctic and Irvin are the only ones dying, but it's their job to be the frontliners.
And I mean, looking at the positioning wise right now, it doesn't really fit a lot of conditions so that DreamHack can win in this time. I feel like they did bring up a solid draft, but it's just not in the meta yet, or trying to bring back what's there before. But you know what? You gotta try to move forward because that Lord is definitely marching on from top, but 9Z Globan is just suppressing quite well.
Oh my god, what an AOG coming through as well. You can see at the same time, he goes through the flash combo. Here comes the Blazing Duet. This is what they were looking for, but the damage is way too much coming in from 9Z Globan. They take down 1, 2, make that 3, and the base crystal as well. Game number 1 secured by 9Z Globan.
This is a very fast game, I might say, for an early opening. And so far, 9Z Globan just nailed it quite well. But for me, this good victory just really plays a moment where their draft was just well crafted. Even looking at the highlights from the early game, you want to go head to head with the Suyo. It's already hard when you're bringing in that Lucas Jungle. Sure, you can have a lot of sustain in the early game, but technically, DreamHack didn't really take over that momentum against 9Z Globan in the early game, and since that, it's just kind of like a downward slope of just letting things sleep right now. Because 9Z Globan, they're just able to take all of that and even somehow avoid it, and they suppress V2 again and again. It's just one of their checklist they need to check off, and since they did that, no main damage dealer, it's hard to tank everyone out even though you do have to sustain. But at the end, 9Z Globan just remained victors. For me, this is just a matter of drafts. What do you think about this, Kronos?
You're right, Vey. You're absolutely 100% right, and we both agree to the same point as well. The crafting the draft from 9Z Globan, absolutely great. Not like, again, on paper, DreamHack had the idea, right? We keep reiterating that fact. They had the idea, but bro, it's just not the meta. This is not where you experiment. Okay, maybe if you experiment, it's game number 1, but This should have been something that should have happened before the playoffs. It should have happened during the scrims. It's not something that you want to experiment when you're in, when it's game time. You're in the mood. You got to get through it. You need that momentum. And again, and then we were talking about it before the draft started, right? DreamHack had to cut off 9Z Global's momentum because they just lost momentum before coming to this match. Because last week, they didn't really have any game. And then all of a sudden, now you give them game number 1 into a draft what they played last week as well. And now DreamHack just put themselves on the back foot. It's like shooting yourself on the foot. That's what they did here.
I mean, I think it's just because of the draft that they're just trying to pull in, or probably you want to feel nostalgic thinking that it is a best of 5 series. But to me, this is just way too fast for 9Z Global to just secure a win. And as you mentioned, I really do agree because after quote-unquote of a vacuum not playing, and since you get that momentum boost, you got that mentality coming in, okay, I can secure the first game in a best of 5 series. It kind of gives you an idea of like 9Z Global. No, they're just going to rack up points after this. But other than that, there are also a lot of items already secured in for 9Z Global, which is good for them, because looking at the gold lead is just too immense to just deny. That's not even a deficiency. That's basically an inflation right there. And with economy's hard, man.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. In this economy, bro, they went for a Boxia along with the Boxia EXP. In this economy, 13k, man, 13k in 13 minutes. That's the difference. They were ahead 1k per minute the entire game. Wait, like both the teams start off on equal gold, but for them to get ahead of 1k a minute is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats here, if you want to see that goal difference over time, even though you see there's a lot of blue, but there is a mark there at around the early game where their first turtle came in, their first fight, they actually got to kite off. DreamHack only got that moment, but sadly, they just let it slip. And even V2 was just suppressed a lot. That on one side, I'm kind of sad to see to happen, but you know what? 9Z Global know that condition. And for DreamHack to just set up for one condition, that's just going to be hard, because you got to set up those other plans. What's your plan B if this all goes to fail and whatnot? Again, it's just a matter of draft. But still the first game, still crafting. You still have another lifeline later on in the second and also the third game. But so far, it's looking good for 9Z Global.
Yeah, you gotta put pen on paper. That's what they gotta do, if you ask me. They need to put pen on paper and they need to make it work, because feels like they just winged it, right? It felt like DreamHack just winged it so far, because again, think about it, Vay. This is exactly the same draft, if I'm not wrong, almost exactly the same draft that 9Z Global ran with last week. The double marksman with a Gatot Gacha and a tanky frontliner with the glue in the EXP lane. And then I think they just never got their hands on the Suyo in the jungle. They went for the Yi Sun Shin a lot. And also at the same time, I think they did get the Suyo as well. But at the moment, hey, speaking of the Suyo, MVP performance, most valuable player of the game, of course, by Bonoxus. As you can see, it's hide on bush. He's got 5 MVPs so far in the entire season, and I think well deserved as well.
I mean, main damage dealer of the team, he pulled out a Yi Sun Shin and made it work. Last week we've seen that, and with a 606 KDA, no wonder. Even with that kill participation though, 100%. So dude is just basically there always. From the first turtle, it was a good start from him. He was a good finisher when you want to try to suppress on V2. And if ever, I feel that 9Z Global also knows when they want to try to create a moment, they're just going to let hide on bush to be a finisher later on at that moment. So again, a lot of replays coming in here to actually let you see that highlight coming in. It's just a good way to let you guys know that that is a good jungler. You just come in, you be the finisher. Not the jungler opening the fight, guys. So you gotta learn from that. Bring it to RG sometimes, so...
I mean, it's not just the fact that he was able to finish them, right? It's not just the fact that he's a good jungler. I felt like this was a well-oiled machine. This is the 9Z Global that we know from the Swiss bracket, because he was able to come and finish them off because they were taken down low by the mid lane. The frontliner's there to peel. The EXP lane is looking for the flank, and the gold laner is just farming, poking from afar. All Hide on Bush had to do is like, hey, like, everything is done. You guys are literally feeding me the kills. I know. He was literally fed the kills, and then all of a sudden, like, oh, I spot you, and then he just gets the kill. Evil Queller gets the kill.
Last hit is not a luck, it's an art. So you gotta master that.
Nah, bro, you one of them KS people. I know you. You KS. You kill stealer. You're a kill stealer, Vey.
Hey, it's an art. It's an art, Kronos. Don't butcher it. It's an art.
Hey, you think it's an art? I'm telling you, you a kill stealer, bro. You're not kill securer. You're stealing kills. Guys, don't play rank games with Vey. I'm telling you right now. Don't play rank games. She's gonna steal all your kills. I bet she buys Sky Piercer as well.
Fine, I'll play every mage with a Sky Piercer.
Oh wow!
Please don't do that, guys. Please don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, don't do that. Don't do what I do as well. I play Angela in the jungle. Don't try that stuff at home, guys. That's just so fun, just for fun. Should go check it out.
Just for fun, guys.
If you want to check out those videos, you gotta follow our socials. G_Kronos, and it's Vey here. See, I got it at the right time, right, Vey?
Nice slip in though. I mean, even with parental guidance, none of your parents can help you with that. If you ever play Angela jungle, Layla roam, yeah, please don't do that. But you know what? Leave it to the pros. Leave it to their drafts, because we are definitely coming in for the second game of the day. No more Harith, no more Fanny, and so far 9Z Global still in the blue side and DreamHack on the red. Prioritization will probably somewhat be the same if ever they still want to pull up the same draft. But DreamHack, I feel they really gotta find a new solution, because they can't feel nostalgic again in the second game of today. But so far the bans are still the same, still priorities. No more Phoveus, no more Tulsin, no Kalia though. What's next? You gotta respect that Kimmy. Even though it's not the greatest impact in that game, but if ever it's let loose again, it just kind of elevates and help you more later if ever you're 9Z Global getting that Kimmy again.
It's looking similar, bro. Look at the draft. It's exactly the same that went in game number 1. The only thing that's missing is the chip. So I don't know if I think DreamHack are probably debating right now, do we ban out the chip or do we ban out the Kimmy? Because the Kimmy in the hands of Shin is an absolute monster. They definitely have to ban out the Kimmy here. But they still ban out the chip. They're gonna run it back. Just take the Kimmy. And then the other side is gonna pick what they go with, and then you're gonna get the Granger. You're gonna get like Autogacha. Yeah, nothing has changed.
But at least now, if ever DreamHack wanna get the Granger for V2, at least a hero is getting taken back from 9Z Global's draft. So you know that V2 is comfortable in that Granger 2. You know the compositions can also work well if ever you want to take out that Hayabusa or Suyo. Still can work wonders here and there, considering that 9Z Global already has a Kimmy there. So what can you do to suppress the Kimmy? So at least if you want to be reactive in that way, the draft can go through that too.
I think it's got to be Hayabusa, right? Hayabusa's got to get picked up right now. You don't want to leave it. You're going to have a problem later on. Go for the Hayabusa. Get yourself the Gatotkacha. You're going to have someone to dive onto the Kimmy. You're not going to let this Kimmy feel safe. But, so they deny the Granger pick. So now 9Z Global cannot play the double marksman. This is what DreamHack are doing. I like it. But again, I feel like the Gatot Kacha would have been better because now you leave 9Z Globan open to picking it up. They were going to lock in the Suyo sooner or later anyway. Hide on Bush had a brilliant game. There you go. They get the Gatot Kacha, they get the Suyo. So now 9Z Globan are starting to cook. Dream Max, hey, you got to watch your pot. It's going to overflow. You know what happens to rice overflowing, right, Vay? It boils too much and then all of a sudden, like, it just pops out everywhere. I think right now Dream Max are in that position. They just need to find the right answer. And I think the right answer here could be that glue.
At least break away the composition from 9Z Globan. And to answer your question, sorry, Kronos, never seen any rice pop out of pan. Because if ever I've seen that with my eyes, or even it's through me, my Asian mother is going to be mad for that. Anywho, I don't want to feel that Asian disappointment from my mother, because right now, at least there's no disappointment in this draft. Looking at DreamHack is kind of lighting up a bit, getting that Jawhead in there. So at least you want to go aggressive. You can pair it up with that. You're not so afraid of the Gatot Kacha though. So at least you still have that firepower. The trade-offs in the first phase, I do really agree with you, Kronos, because like it's somewhat debatable. You can get the Gatot Kacha and the Granger. There's no rush technically getting on the Hayabusa, because even if 9Z Globans get that Hayabusa, you still have the Suyo. But since, you know what, you want to go for at least a secure early, you want to have that those damage deals already, let's just lock it in. Let's move on to the second banning phase, because you want to go head-to-head with a pick-off with a Jawhead. You don't want someone pushing you back. So at least there's no Badang here. If ever they really just want to get that secure ban, a Valir, if ever you want to close that off too. So at least a Jawhead, when you want to go to the front, you can. But that is just a little bit too much though, in my opinion, because there are some other heroes that you can prioritize later on too. 9Z Globan respecting DreamHack from their first pick in the first game. I mean, Lucas really was kind of hard to deal with for them, even though they have the Suyo, the Kimi, and also the Granger. So right now, though, DreamHack, what's next for them? What can they ban off? Will this Kimi still be in mid, or will it be flex to the gold?
It's a double pick-off, right? On the side of DreamHack right now. They have the Hayabusa, they have the Granger, they have a poke. I mean, sorry, they have the Hayabusa and the Jawhead. They have the poke coming in from the Granger. So they definitely need someone to kind of remove that poke inability, that frontliner. That's going to be the Hilda. And I feel like they probably want to lock down someone with AoE. I wouldn't have I thought they would have picked the Badang instead of banning it out, just because in the EXP lane you have a lot of AoE present also, but feels like they don't want to go down that route. Now I'm looking for a lot of AoE options from DreamHack to just put them on the front foot in terms of the draft. But here 9Z Globant, after getting the I like the Luyi. That early game Luyi Jawhead's just absolutely nasty, and 9Z Globant don't want to deal with it. Lucas being taken off the table as well. That was another form of AoE that's good. No Gatot Kacha present, no Phoveus, no Badang. We're looking for a lack of EXP options, and at the moment I can only think of maybe Glue and what else? I'm really
Cho?
No, are you kidding me? I was thinking Hylos is the only other. I mean, Hylos is the only other good option left, to be honest, right now. And if DreamHack didn't pick it up, 9Z Global were definitely going to pick it up. There's no way that they didn't pick up the Hylos if it was left open. So this, again, is another deny pick coming through. It's not the best for DreamHack. I feel like they're playing, you know, like, okay, this is good for them, let's not give them that. That's what they did with the Granger, and that's what they're doing with the Hylos also at the same time. It's not the best picks for them, but it's working. It's not like it's bad. And yeah, this is what I was afraid of. You get that Moskov on the other side who can 1v5. He's basically, if he gets you pinned to the wall, it's going to be difficult. And the glue being picked up is great, but also like how DreamHack held on to their mid laner until the end, where they can lock in this Vexana, and now they have a winning formula.
Okay, right now at least they have a stopper. You wanna go aggressive, you do have to Jawhead. I really thought that they want to pair it up with the Cho, but it's too solo pick-off centrist. But you know what? Locking in the high loss, at least you have that extra layer of shield technically as your frontliner there. So if ever you want to go head to head with the Gatot Kacha, you're still able to do so. You're still able to tank a lot of those damage, knowing that they're also bringing in the Suyo and also the Kimi. So I feel like this draft here is more balanced than first game that we've seen. But at the end of the day, you gotta see that execution though, because so far it's still looking more into light for 9C Globant. So let's see how they will perform, because we are definitely jumping in to the Land of Dawn for today in match number 1, game number 2, 9Z Globant versus our friends from DreamHack Esports.
Yeah, and I think right now DreamHack better brace themselves, because look at the draft again from 9Z Globant, Vey. Look at the draft from 9Z Globant. It's exactly the same as the previous game. All they did was, okay, you took the Granger, we can get the Moskov. But this time, I think they tried for the same rotation with Irwin going on the orange, but DreamHack expected that. Or rather, they had a stronger early game factor with that Jawhead. And I think that is the game changer right now for DreamHack. This Jawhead has to put in a lot of work. Has to work overtime, get those ejectors, and then we're looking at something that DreamHack can do to win for themselves. But you can see, again, Rainbow getting poked out early on. It shades the game number 1.
I mean, if you can really just change and switch up the momentum here and probably stop 9Z Globant from just scaling as fast as they can, because even looking right now at Shin helping Hiram Bush getting his jungles, or even they're sharing, I don't know, you gotta probably see that later on again, but whatever it takes to unlock that fourth level first, because at least you have that firepower to go head to head against DreamHack, because right now they really do. Ooh.
Yeah, they really do. And then you can see instantly again, DreamHack, they had a slight bit of an advantage because of a mistake coming through, but oh my goodness, after that you can see it's just one side story, but Chicago goes in with the flicker, and now they get them with the chain CC. Law and order coming through from Black. This is what DreamHack need to do. They need to make rotations. They need to make sure they're able to maximize the utility that Shukaku can bring early on with this ejector, with this Jawhead. And that's what they've done twice. And you can see 2 times they've gotten the kills and they've gotten somehow ahead. But again, focus on neutral objectives is another factor that they need to look at.
Because if they don't, they miss out. It's just going to be hard to just chase here and there. Right now, it's just not about the problem of chasing kills, but it's also chasing the objectives. Because I think it's more of a race this time, because you do have both early jungles, because even a high invade like this, it's really benefiting 9Z Globant right now. And so far, DreamHack, you gotta find a solution. You can't just always be reactive to these tempos or probably plays being set up by 9Z Globant, because they actually have the potential to pick off more than 9Z Globant. But for some reason, 9Z Globant is more aggressive than DreamHack.
Yeah, and rightly so, because they understand. They played this composition again and again. That's what that's the whole point, Vey. Like 9Z Globant are aggressive because they have mastered this composition. At least seems like it, because they're running the same thing again. Oh, Rainbow. Retribution, fast fingers. Now that's why he plays the it was Chicago misses the ejector. Now you can see he gets caught in place, and this is what happens when you are caught off position, ladies and gentlemen. That is example 101. But here right now they connect with that glorious path. They're trying to go through. DreamHack need to find the space, but 9Z Globant here caught off guard. Ogi shadow kill expended. V2 has no damage whatsoever. With the frontliners of 9Z Globant just coming in, beefy boys eating it all up, and then just invading and creating havoc for DreamHack.
And since a lot of the things they just want to try to execute here and there, but again and again, one thing they really need to note, you don't want a Granger and Moskov go head to head because like early game is still GOAT on DreamX, but you know what? You gotta suppress V2. Like right now, DreamX is trying to suppress in Arctic for that fight, but no success yet so far. Black.
Yeah, Black right now has to pop the Revitalize, but you can see Shin is just way too much damage. But Irvin here in the back line has the taunt, gets two of them. AOG comes through, but misses every single one. SOD misses as well, but he gets some pullback with a maximum charge. And one after another, they're getting killed and killed. And now they've given two as well. DreamHack are not looking comfortable, but 9Z Globin besides themselves. Again, look at the KDA. 4-0-1 on Shin, 2-0-3 on Hide on Bush. You're 0-0-1. It's the same style that they're playing as game number one, and DreamHack haven't caught it yet.
I mean, even though it is the same style with a different composition, that typical aggressiveness, you really gotta find a solution. You gotta find a way to actually just stop that. So that's why, like, I was actually quite happy to see that DreamX bringing up the Jawhead, they're bringing up Rainbow on the Hayabusa, but you gotta be more aggressive than that. But right now, since you already moved past on the early phase, leading up to the mid game, right now, your solution is to just survive.
Oh, wow.
1v3 is not one of it.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, they got to survive, but Vey, that was wrong timing because V2 over here is not surviving that one. He just got melted. He got deleted. 0-2-0. Not looking good for DreamHack. 7-2 kill score. And you can see, again, the goal lead is slowly slipping away. 5K right now. 4.5K. We'll be reaching that 5K mark soon enough. And we're only at the 6th minute mark. And look at Hide on Bush. He's already level 10. But here, still coming through from Shukaku. He has the Unstoppable Force. Flicker is present as well. But, oh my god. Beautiful coming through from Arctic to kind of latch on towards him. But you can see Quad Shadows under the tower. But Arctic still able to get out and survive. Meanwhile, Rainbow has to hack away at the tier 1 on the bot side. Glorious Pathway expended as well. Shin is doing a lot of damage. They get one tower, but at what cost? V2 dies on the top side. They lose the mid lane tier 1 and also the purple buff. So DreamHack are definitely not driving this game right now.
Okay, AOG even tried to jump in, but Blink is caught in the midst of everything. Good thing there's a flicker, a turtle guard popped up, but it's definitely another savage gameplay between Rainbow and also Shukaku. Not enough damage, leading it so far. Even you're trying to dish out a lot of spears. Rainbow was just able to get out in the nick of time. V2 coming in a little bit late, but DreamHack, they weren't able to just fight and face this headstrong.
Yeah, I think they definitely... DreamHack have lost all the momentum. They definitely have lost all the momentum that they've created for themselves in the early game. And look at the kill score, right? Again, it's that 2 kills that they got. And both kills were off of the damage and the playmaking ability that Shukaku brings to the table. And that's all in the early game thanks to the damage he has. And also that flicker ejector factor. And now... every time he tries to flicker an ejector, if he's going on towards Arctic, he's just going to split. If he goes on towards Irvin, he's definitely not having a good game. But there's a Purify on Shin. And I don't really think he's going to reach Yer because Yer's never around the team fight. He's only looking to get in the team fights as long as he has the SOD. And it's not looking good for DreamHack.
And even since the rotation right now, okay, quite pretty good. Being stared right here, Shukaku. Melted down that easily. 9Z Globin. They're just really going to be headstrong about this. And even taking down Rainbow, that aggressive, and even burning that flicker really works wonders from them. Securing a double kill for Hide on Bush, which is a really, really big problem. Because with an 11-2 killing score, it's just way too big of a gap for DreamHack to just catch on.
Yeah,
Black.
it's way too much. But right now you can see Black taking out low. Glorious Pathway's out already, and he can't really do much. Revitalize comes through, and that's the ejector that we're looking for. But again, Irvin's not the right target. He goes through and still survives. 9Z Globans have taken away all the tier 2s again. 9 minutes in, and it's looking like we're back to game number 1. And you know what? I'm going to call it again. If Hide on Bush is able to hit level 15 before the 10th minute mark, it's looking like it's over.
Is that a record here in this season? I kind of want to check that out later on. Like, who's the fastest getting to level 15 as a jungler? But anywho, so far it's just looking pretty good for 9Z Globen, facing against the Dragons here from DreamHack, and even suppressing quite well again and again. Same strategy, but they're just looking for a right moment to pop off here.
They're looking at the right moment indeed. They pop in the holy defense on the top side. Mid lane's going to be up
Shukaku?
next. But you can see, oh my goodness, they go through. But at the same time, Shukaku finds a play. No, he doesn't. One after another, they're falling down. Irvin and Shin are the first one to follow for 9Z Globen. But guess what? Hide on Bush secures himself a double. Now looking for the third. Just give it to him already. He gets himself a triple kill. He's trying to go through with a blade surge. But finally, V2 finds a shutdown. And he's on a killing spree indeed. 3-4-0. V2 finds the opening. But look at here. He is still alive. He is the late game damage dealer that needs to be there for 9Z Globen, and he still stands tall.
Yeah, and again, a lot of things that DreamHack needs to do to just at least survive for now. Since there isn't a Lord at that team fight, they're still able to sustain, they're still able to defend it. V2 is just finally racking up gold and also items. I don't know about him buying on Skypiercer with 4 deaths in the start, but looking at this point, if you do secure 3 kills in the early game after getting that Skypiercer, still a good investment. But leading up until now, DreamHack, again, you gotta find that solution, you gotta find that right moment, because 9Z Globen is just definitely going to just come in a storm and take what's theirs. Even looking at the items right now, right on time. Thank you very much. Okay, he got that Skypiercer, which is good.
Oh, but he gets him! Okay, I was gonna say he gets him. No, he doesn't. Oh my god, he has to quad shadow out. That this is why you want to go a Moskov against an assassin. And Rainbow almost getting outplayed by Yer right there. He didn't show himself because he didn't have the Wind of Nature. And now he secured it. DreamHack, it's not looking good for them.
I'm actually shocked for this time, but again, since 9Z Globen already you got what you want, you're actually pushing in for that 3-lane push. I think it's just a matter of moment where 9Z Globen can just find an angle to win.
Yeah, I think at the moment that's what they're looking for. You can see 9Z Globen with the Lord on the top side crashes through as well. Nice AOG, but the glorious pathway just to slow them down. The poke coming through as well as the damage is being done by V2. He gets himself a double kill. The Skypiercer stacks are starting to rack up. It's 50 right now. Will he get the 60th? No, he doesn't. 9Z Globen understand the damage is coming through way too much, and they disperse as they don't have the front line for the peel, neither the Executioner. So 9Z Globen will back off, and I feel like DreamHack have found themselves some breathing room.
At least you're getting that breathing room, as you said, and the Rainbow finally gets to dish out good amount of the shadow kill to just at least chuck down the Lord. You don't want anybody there. Special SOD just to, oh my goodness, teleported actually just to clear up a wave. But DreamHack, they've seen as a threat for that. They don't want to try to face it head on, even though it's a 2v1, but it's not in a favor for them yet. So right now, I think it's just focusing on funneling gold into V2 and also Rainbow, so at least they do have those damage dealing items to just actually poke everybody down if ever they're going to be in another fight. But for DreamHack, but for 9Z Globen, they really got to keep their positioning well. They really got to find the same momentum, because one moment miss, once Chain CC missed out, just one of them getting picked off, either by V2 or Rainbow, DreamHack actually have a chance to just turn everything back.
Yeah, I think right now this is what DreamHack needed. Some signs of hope, some glimmers of some hope that they could get light at the end of the tunnel, and that's what they're finding right now with V2 on that Skypiercer. 50 stack. This is why the Granger was meta, right? In the first place, this is why he was meta, to dish out the damage. He has the poke and nobody to reach him in the back line. It's going to be difficult. But right now, 9Z Globen are trying to secure the river. You can see Arctic looking to flank from behind as well. The go signal might be coming in soon, but I think the Lord is going to be much more important for both these teams. So they're just biding their time and taking it slow.
Of course, you don't want to rush anything. If ever it's rushed, it's never good. And looking at 9Z Globan, they already secured in that vicinity, even though the Gatotkacha Erwin is already in the Pixel Bush. But the DreamHack, they don't want to give this moment up because they also know if ever they don't get the chance to get the Lord, no more breathing room for them. There's no more moment if ever they still want to play on defensive. I don't think that that's a solid plan to go head to head with 9Z Globan with it. But since DreamHack is already in that area, Black and Shukaku is just coming in. AOG a little bit wasted though, but SOD connected to the back, in the front.
Glorious pathway goes through as well. Black is there. Irvin takes a lot of damage. Revitalize popped at the same time. V2 doesn't have the Death Sonata. No Flicker present as well. So that's some good news coming through for 9Z Globan. But no ultimates, no AOG right now. That's going to be the big factor. Because if you take a look, once again, Blink, no Flicker. V2 actually has it. It was Blink who didn't have it. But right now you can see maximum charge already being spent. Taunt coming through, but at the same time Terrify is there. V2 has to stay in place, but you can see the backline. They go through and they get the kill one after another. Shukaku for Irvin, and now he finds himself the double. V2 with the Wind of Nature trying to survive, but here comes through in the fray, and he has the damage indeed. He gets shut down by the hands of Hyde on Bush, and now looking for the third. But here is Rainbow showing the colors for DreamHack as right now Yer stands tall, but he actually connects. He finds himself the double. Rainbow goes down and out, and Black's the only one left standing. He's gonna get melted down as well. Yer finds himself a triple kill, and now with a wipeout for DreamHack, their hopes and staying alive in the competition are looking bleak as they take the base crystal. 9Z Globan make it 2-0 in the best of 5.
Wowee, a 2-0 so far. Another victory for 9Z Globan. This is looking a little bit of dark here for DreamHack Esports. You know what? This is a best of 5 series. If ever you want to try to take it back, you still can do, but it is your last game. This is basically match point leading up for game number 3 for 9Z Globan. Even looking at the highlights this time, I feel like they have a better early start. They still have a better early footing for both sides of the team. But 9Z Globan, again and again, they really know what they want to do. They really try to talk it out here and there, trying to get onto that details. Okay, we want to try to suppress like what we did in game number 1. We are familiar with this draft. We are familiar with this execution. We're just going to like tick all of the checklists, what we're going to do. And first things first, as you've seen in the highlights, you want to try to suppress V2. They tried doing that. They prolonged at least a little bit of a moment there, knowing that the Granger is far more powerful than the Claude we've seen in game number 1, since it is more of a compatible hero in this meta. But since then, through all of that suppress and even giving 2 or 3 times breathing room from DreamHack because of V2 securing a lot of kills here and there, like this double, even leading up to a killing spree, unofficial triple technically. DreamHack was able to just buy out a lot of time during these fights, but it is just not enough to take over what 9Z Globan already set their heart and pace in the early game.
I think it was looking a little bright for DreamHack, and here this was the winning play, right? You can see Hyde on Bush just went in with a Blade Surge, left the Black alone, and went for the right target, and that target was V2. And once he secured that, there was no possible way for DreamHack to do anything. And then this was the final nail in the coffin in that game. That SOD connected, and Yer just went crazy. They got the wipeout. It was secured indeed. The game in the bag, and all of a sudden they tell DreamHack, put the fries in the bag, little bro.
Will it get soggy if they do that?
They gotta eat them fresh, because that's what they're doing right now. 9Z Globan are eating DreamHack alive. They're eating them fresh off the fryer indeed, because 2 games they beat them, they battered them, and now the 3rd game try to deep fry them, and then all of a sudden it's looking nice for 9Z Globan to make it to the next stage and stay alive in the competition. But DreamHack, it's looking unfortunate.
And so far, they still have an egg in their point starts right now. So you gotta keep that up and keep your heads up because we're talking a little bit on what happened in game number 2, even after the highlights. As you said, so far there's no emblems for any different parts here for any of the heroes that they're trying to play in. So far it's just so good, but sadly they just weren't able to just charge in as what DreamHack wanted to do in the first start. And for 90 Globen, with these a few same heroes from the last draft being just driven out again and again, DreamHack so far isn't able to find an answer yet on what they want to do up against this type of draft. Because for me, even up until like the 15-minute mark and 51 second, it's already the late game. A lot of people already have their items. You're only just missing 1 or 2. It's just a matter of execution and how you want to try to utilize your draft in your favor. And with this draft, 90 Globen, they're just already very comfortable with that, I might say. So since you already know that, it's just a done game and an easy one for them. Because even though there is a little bit of a retaliation from DreamHack in this game, but yet it's still not enough for them to go head to head with 90 Globen.
Just not enough. 90 Globen were the leaders of the Swiss stage for a reason. They were the first place team of the regular season for a reason. And what that reason is, we can see that in full display in both these games. Game number 1, won in a dominating fashion. Game number 2, yes, they slipped up. Or rather, it was a good play from DreamHack to keep it themselves alive. But then again, it was just one fight that DreamHack won. The rest, 90 Globen just dominated. So that again, going in their favor. And now game number 3 might just be DreamHack. And then game 4 can be 90 Globen. Why? Because that's what I predicted. I predicted 3-1. That's why. But if 90 Globen take the victory next game, Vay's prediction comes right. Which I don't want to happen. But it's alright.
We're still talking about the points here and there. Of course, quite interesting to see. Even with the goal, just slipping it in. And even with, I feel like the goal difference right now, it's just not in the favor of DreamHack so far. Even with looking at the turret's damage, it's just way too immense here with 90 Globen. Because even from the early game, and a lot of the objectives is just already secured in. Because this time, again, I feel like they bring out a more compatible draft to go head to head with each other. But putting in during the game, though, it's another whole different story. It's how they want to try to find an angle. You can really go aggressive in the early game, which I don't understand why they didn't. So probably after that, it's just a slip up and they fell short, sadly.
Yeah, sadly they did fall short, not just in one game, but 2 games in a row right now. And for the life of me, I don't know why I hope they figure out that Kimmy has been the problem. Just ban out the Kimmy, my guy. Or at least try and shift to the blue side. At least you can say that you tried doing everything that was possible. Because, again, I want to highlight the fact that it's literally the same draft that they had in game number 1 and game number 2. Yes, with 2 different marksmen, the playstyle kind of differs because you have the Granger that can poke from afar. Moskov needs to get up close and personal to dish out the damage. But then again, it's double marksman. 1 in the mid lane, one in the gold lane. You have the same jungler, you have the same EXP laner, you have the same roamer. So the rest of the dynamic of the other 4 heroes remains the same. You're just adding an extra bit of flavor to the party. But of course, again, did we even have a doubt? Hide on Bush securing the MVP of the game by Bonoxis. 11, 3, and 4 KDA, and you can see the highlights of why he was the MVP as well.
I mean, I thought that it was Ur, to be honest, in this game, but you know what? It doesn't even begs to differ on Highland Bush's high KDA. He was a killing machine. Again, he just knows when to just come in and secure a kill and just finishes everything here and there. And no, this is not a kill steal, is an art reference, but he's definitely a pro of doing that. But
Can't slip that in, Bay, not like that.
Definitely. It's definitely a worth MVP for this time, even though personally I really like how Yer just gives out a lot of good moments in the Moskov here and there. But you know what? Probably looking at Kronos' sour face that way, I think he just really likes Hide on Bush for this one. What are you thinking?
No, I honestly think I was thinking Yer would have been the MVP indeed. Because I definitely would have liked for him to be the MVP. On the Moskov, he definitely gave the highlight plays, but then again, Hide on Bush was consistent, so I'm not really, arguing about that point. Definitely the MVP for that as well. Well deserved. If you ask me who would have been the next person to follow, definitely Yer. But then again, it's all right. It's what matters is the fact that the team won the entire game. And now 9Z Global looking for a 3-0, call it a quick game. And trust me, I would love that to be a quick game indeed. Wouldn't we, Vay? We would love for it to be quick. Touch wood. It's going to be cast or curse. Now we're going to have a 30-minute game.
Hey, that's what you said, okay? Guys, if ever this turns out to be a 30-minute game, it's all on Kronos. Heads up. But you know what? Even if it goes to a 30-minute game for this one, I would actually be happy for it. Because at least we've seen a little bit of a retaliation. At least we've seen a little bit of fight here and there. Because at least it's not one-sided, man. I kind of want to see that action too. Even though it'd probably be a 3-0 or probably a 3-1. I'll be happy for you if ever you get that point.
Yeah, I know. Whatever,
but,
bro. I'm going to get the point.
Your curse.
Right. I'm gonna get the point, all right. I voted for 9Z Global to win, but I just expected it to be a 3-1. And you're gonna be happy about the 30-minute game. But you know what? Tiago at the back is definitely not gonna be happy about that 30-minute game. He's definitely speaking in our ear, saying like, "Yeah, I want a 30-minute game." But at the same time, if you think about it, this 30-minute game could also be just one-sided, and because you have your games where the one team just doesn't want to surrender, they just don't want to quit, even though they have 10k goal lead. Somehow, some way, they end up defending because one of your teammates just screws up, and then they die before the Lord marches in, and then you can't end, and that happens like 3 times in a row, and then you're not losing the game. Blah blah blah. It keeps going on, but you know what doesn't go on? It's just the fact that DreamHack do not want to be on the red side anymore. They switch it up. They go on the blue side, and now they change the game. They change the pace of the draft. Check it out. They take out the Fanny. They take out the Hanzo. Why? Because there are different heroes that they can take for themselves. The Harriet, the Phoveus, and also on the other side, they don't want to give away the chip, and they understand the potential of this Kimmy, so ban it out.
Yeah, you gotta respect, you know how to play it, you don't want it go to the hands of your opponents knowing that they are on the first pick on the blue side too. Because actually, it's a really funny thought that I have in my mind when Kronos said that since you want to ban everything out, you just want to get everything for yourself because you are on the first pick. It's just me thinking that holding on a lot of snacks right now because you don't want to let go, yet you still want to get it. Because right now, DreamHack, they really got a chance to get a lot of those snacks. You just hug it in close to them. Because they do have that potential right now in the third game. They do have that chance right now. You don't want to get out-drafted since technically you are leading this draft. Technically. So you don't want to go head-to-head with that Gatot Katra. You want to respect that too. And also 9Z Global, since they are playing close combat heroes, or probably they play a little bit of with range, you don't want that to sin. And see, since you are trying to dictate on what happens in the draft, you pick up the first pick Aaliyah for DMX, which is good. But at the same time, the trade-offs though, 9Z Global, you're giving Yer to Harith. It's one of his favorite picks too.
You know what the downfall of a Kalea is?
Ooh, what's that? What's that?
Purifies. Right? And then now when you pick up a Herod, what's the spell he loves to run? Purify.
Execute.
So right now you can see. Whatever, bro. She literally thinks. But with this Herod definitely gonna be rocking that Purify. Phoveus gonna be in the back line. And take a look at the pattern here, Vay. Right? I just wanna let's take a step back a little bit. Let's not get too crazy with the drafts even they get the pick, right? Let's take a step back and let's look at the draft that 9Z Globan have. These are the two picks that they've picked up for this game that they banned in game number 1 and 2. The Phoveus and the Herod.
Something new?
Those are the heroes that they banned in game number 1 and 2. So they definitely understand that these are strong heroes in the current meta and they can play with it. Play around it a lot. But I see your face and I know why as well. I really don't know what DreamHack is cooking again. They got a pick-off hero with this Kalea. They got a Boxia, which they tried to put in the EXP lane. I'm assuming it's going to go there once again just to create a dead lane with the Phoveus. But the Aurora? This early? I don't know. I don't know, bro.
I think it's also a fact where they're bringing out the Boxia again. Will they want to try to make it work again? Because, again, it's a little bit of a dilemma. You want to go with a little bit of nostalgic, bring back those fighty, tanky junglers that we've seen before already. And right now, main damage dealers, because you're definitely not going to find any burst potential from the Aurora. You can find a CC potential there between the Aurora and also the Kalea, but this really just like gives a lot of responsibility just solely on V2 if they want to try and make this work again. And since you see there's a Harith being picked up, even if you pick up the Granger, you gotta find a solution to actually be more aggressive in the early game. And with this draft, you can actually do that, knowing that there is a Kalea and also the Boxia in. But if ever you miss out on that opportunity again, and even 9Z Globan sniffed it out, no more Granger, what type of early or good scaling heroes that they can sustain and actually take back that fight? Because 9Z Globan, they're not walking, they're teleporting later in this third game. So it'll be another harder homework since there's no more chip open for them.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like this Aurora just changes the playing field completely, right? That's the whole point that we're going on and about it. What really would work? They understand they need the early game in their favor, and DreamHack are really dying for an early game here right now. But I can't really see, apart from a Moscow, what would be good for them in the goal lane, because the Moscow would be good against the Harith, it'd be good against the Luyi, because you have the cross map playmaking potential. Is definitely good against the Phoveus also. Although it's going to be a little difficult if Arctic just goes crazy with the Phoveus, it's still not the worst choice in terms of the gold laner. I can think about an Irithel, but I don't think Irithel is the best pickup here as well, because you're another late game hero. But look what 9Z Globan do. They double down on their frontliners, get that Hylos, create the space. 3 magic damage dealers right from the get-go, and Hylos Luyi is an absolutely devastating combo in the mid lane. They're gonna destroy the early game, whatever may come in their face. And right now, I like the Esmeralda, but again, I am not looking at anything early. You need an early game jungler here. It's not, Hayabusa is good, but he's not the early game that you're looking for. Suyo is great, but he's already banned out. Lucas is good, but he's already taken away. Fanny's not present. No Hanzo as well. I mean, at this point, Joy seems to be a really good shout, but there's no physical damage coming through. Hayabusa is the only answer. He went for it. Look at the other side. He went for it. The Yisun Shin.
Covered pick. It works or it won't work. So let's see. But going head to head with the Boxia, I feel like 9Z Globan will have a good opportunity to just rack up a lot of kills and also objectives with the Yushun and also with the global presence. So technically, no Kalia can just go sneaky beaky on the bush. So at least there's still that information again and again. And the question is, who can sniff out the Luoyi? Because you only have the Baksha and the Kalia and also the Esmeralda. Sure, they are tanky, they can open pushes, but look at the potential burst of these heroes 90 Goban bringing up, and with the potential of they just ambushing those attempts if they ever just want to go head to head with this, because like I'm going to see how this will go in the game right here, because we are definitely in for the Land of Dawn MPL LATAM Season 3. Match number 1, match point here. Game number 3 for today for 9Z Globan. If ever they win, they close it out. And DreamHack gotta go home. But if ever DreamHack wins, they still can prolong their lifeline in this best of 5 series. So welcome in with me, Faye, and also Kronos, still on the English desk.
That's right, folks. You're watching MPL LATAM Season 3. Match point for 9Z Globe. And as Faye mentioned, will this be the opening that they want? Will this be the factor that they're looking for? And I said it earlier, Faye, before we got into the games as well, that if you want to pull up the Yisun Shin, it's not going to be game number 1 or game number 2. And I think game number 3 might just be the best option for them to do so, because right now, hide on Bush. Look at those movements. That 1-2 coming in so sleek. And right now, looking for the kill as well. Nice Frosty Beast from Blink, but you can see Shukaku is going to be the first target, and that's going to be first blood in the hands of Hide on Bush. Ever so clean on the Yisun Shin, man.
And this is the Kalia getting picked off in the early game, which doesn't bring much onto light, because no, looking at like DreamHack, they're just trying to find a way to just try to maneuver around all of this. Sure, they can move fast, but again, you're only leaving V2 all of the responsibility to damage everybody. And this is a scaling late game Moskov. If ever you miss that opportunity, if ever he is suppressed again and again, like in the first and also the second game, it's just really going to be hard, even up against the Harith, where his power spike is basically in the mid game. Because like 9Z Goban, they really want to go early.
Oh my god, but you can see the damage coming through as well with that Mountain Shotgun right now. Hide on Bush is kiting so beautifully, but they take down first Black, and now they get another, and that's going to be Shukaku. They do lose out on the turtle though, but here comes the diversion play. They're looking to catch him off guard, and they do. Rainbow's going to be down and out. That's a double kill in the hands of Hide on Bush, and maximizing the utility that Shin brings into the Fae. And you can see Hide on Bush, again, a farming machine. Oh, wait, the orange buff is reset, but this might be a big game changer. No, it's not. Just the Glorious Pathway extended. But Irvin here might just go down. But the Revitalize helping him survive. Here comes that big Tsunami Slam. And they still get him. And I think that slight bit of a mistake letting that orange buff go. They got a little too greedy. Otherwise, it would have been a clean steal. And there would have been no kills on the side of DreamHack.
And plus, I feel like it's just at least the jungle is safe. So you're doing your job well for that trade. But you don't want those little things to miss and slip all the time, because it kind of gives gold to DreamHack, because right now 9Z Goban is just trying to suppress again and again. But yet, no moments are getting made yet so far, because DreamHack, on the other hand, is just trying to find peace, trying to rack up gold without any lots of team fights. But you know what? Turns out they're baiting one right now.
Oh, you can see Tsunami Slam comes through on towards Irvin. He's going to be the target once again, and they're looking to double down on him, and they do indeed, as DreamHack find their second kill on the board. And right now, slowly off the back of those 2 kills on towards Irvin, they're looking to make a comeback. But with the way Hide on Bush has been farming, I don't think he's there. It's looking bleak, and look at the damage he's doing already. You can see that Boxio was taken down, not a lot, but definitely for a late game hero like Yisun Shin, it's looking like they definitely have the damage already.
Definitely having that damage here. Even you're just trying to suppress down V2, trying to corner him in, but turns out, goodness, that gaming sense though, trying to get out of the way But 1v3, that's just
Oh my
hard
God.
if you want to try to like get out from that situation. Because right now, 9Z Globen is just definitely on the hunt here with the turtle. Just not enough. A good shutdown on the side of Hydro Bush. No more. At least Arctic here
Arctic.
is just eating a lot of damage dished out by DreamHack.
Yeah, I think right now it's not looking good for them, but you can see Yer right now gets caught into place, but that's a good Purify coming through from Yer. And this is what we were talking about, is the bane of the existence of this Kalea. Purifies and purifies, and there are two on the side of 9C Globant, and so far they're doing well. Hiron Bush did go down one time, but that again is just a comma in the sentence that he's trying to make for the farming speed of the Zisun Shin.
What happens if I want it as an exclamation mark?
I don't know. Then you got to be screaming. You got to be startled when that happens. Oh my God! That, you know, that's how you put an exclamation mark if they actually catch him off guard. But I think right now, DreamHack are trying to make their comeback possible. As long as V2 is alive, as long as V2 is able to farm up, it's looking good for them. But 9Z Global, man, again, it's that diversion play.
Diversion
on the top
play.
side. They go through.
Okay, even coming in with the who? SOD.
Oh, wait. They get it. And they get the glorious pathway as well. The Mon Forces drop down. One Shukaku as well as Arctic is down and out. And Yer is trying to survive, but the Revitalize is helping him do so. And they have to disperse. It's just a 1-for-1 trade.
And even though there are a lot of resources giving out here and there, and I feel like DreamHack, they're finally trying to like take back what happened in game number 1 or 2, but so far right now 9Z Global is still dictating on those fights, even though DreamHack wanted to start up a few, but they can't really finish them if V2 is not there present to help chunk out much of a damage here. And looking at Hiron Bush, even playing onto that far lane just so effortless, it's just giving up a good sign knowing that 9Z Global can just charge in whenever they want.
Oh yeah, and they do right now. The Falling Star Moon on the back line as well. Frigid Glacier comes through. The turtle being reset. SOD does connect. Yer is going to be the target. And yes, he's going to drop down as Amon forced to survive. But you can see the damage coming out from his way too much. And they get the shutdown onto our Shin as well as a Black. V2's down and out on the back line as well. As Shukaku was already taken out earlier. Blink goes down to the Traceless coming through from Hide on Bush. And 9Z Globant are finding their footing. Rainbow has to go back. Can't even get and find safety in the midst of his own jungle. So right now 9Z Global again taking the game. You can see the tier 2 is down on the top side.
Okay, and even trying to take that neutral objective down, at least there's one way to just take down 2 turrets up top from DreamHack here. You gotta find that balance too. Don't forget to just want to chunk down and play your far lane down at the bottom and also the middle, because the diversion play is definitely coming in and online again, trying to suppress on Rainbow, but no answers yet. Because you want to try to disperse, you want to try to avoid the fights if you can, because if you keep on fighting, it's just going to prolong your growth in taking up the gold and taking up those items. You just really gotta be patient for this, because 9Z Global, they're just finding a lot of moments like this.
Yeah, and they did find that moment indeed, but at the same time, they get taken down. And thanks to the nice Tsunami Slam come through with the glorious pathway, trying to save him, but was a little too late. Didn't get the memo. Irvin's going to be the target, but oh my goodness, Shin's dispersion rotation combo was way too much. But Blake flickers with the Frigid Glacier, but there's no one in the back line because V2 is being taken out low in front of Arctic. He's going for the Infernal Pursuit at time and again. Black with a Falling Star Moon to create the space, but you can see Arctic, oh my goodness, he's eating up so much damage. This This is why he was banned out. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the 1v1 between both the junglers. The assassin stands tall. Hide on Bush gets Rainbow, and now turn their attention in towards the Lord.
I feel like this is too much of a level gap for right now. It's 13 and also 11. And other than that, it's they're giving different utilities at this point. You want to be tanky, you want to be damageful, because right now Shukaku is just taking everything up.
Oh my god, he was tanking everything up, but it wasn't the right time to do so. You can see
Frigid
Blink
Glacier?
as well goes through the Frigid Glacier, but Arctic able to immune that with the Infernal Pursuit. And right now he's going to take it down. Pride of Ice already popped. Here comes the Glorious Pathway. Irvin going forward, and now Black along with the rest of DreamHack will have to run away with the Mountain Shocker being used as well. I don't think it's looking good for DreamHack. The Lord is in the favor of 9Z Globin, and right now Hide on Bush should be hitting level 15 just about before 10 minutes, and if he does, he's looking like a farming machine. Wait, 20 seconds. You think he's gonna get it?
It's going to be hard, but I think
He's gotta
quite
get it. Come on, let's get
possible
it.
here.
Oh,
It's quite
he did
possible
get it.
here.
Oh, wait. Lethal Wonder? Lethal Wonder?
Will it? Will it? Ooh, no, not yet, not yet. Not enough, not enough.
Oh, he did. 1 second away.
Okay, 1 sec. He was out of frame. He was out of frame, so that's why we were like checking in here and there, because you know what? 9Z Globin is definitely checking out DreamHack, because with the Lord up on top, they're just finding a good moment here in the middle lane.
Yeah, they need to find a good moment indeed. You can see all the tier 2s being taken down. They got a proc and that holy defense, and the mid lane's already down and out. On the top side, the Lord is going to be taking the brunt of the damage, so it's looking good for DreamHack. But here comes the Glorious Pathway. You can see the diversion coming through as well. Nobody home, but right now on their side, the Lord is tunking down the towers. But here, Tsunami Slam comes through, but nice Frigid Glacier to pop 2 of them in place. But the Purifier from Yer keeping them alive, along with that Zaman Force. 9Z Globin, I don't think they want to push their luck, because DreamHack definitely have the capability to defend.
And even right now, again, what they can do is just defend. Even with Black, getting that Oracle, if I'm not mistaken, just saw it, and it's just good enough to like fight and take everybody's shield if 9Z Globin is ever near. But at the same time, this is not enough.
Oh.
If ever V2 can't really just chunk down a lot of damage right here, or win.
Yeah, I think Hide on Bush just took that inhibitor right under their noses, and then they popped in a concealed play. But you can see here, diversion going on towards the bush, but they spotted them. Infernal Pursuit could be popped in at any single point. Black with the rest of DreamHack and Rainbow leading the charge, but this is an orange buff that they're trying to contest, Vey. And I think right now with the goal lead 6K in the favor of 9Z Globin, it's already past that 5K mark. What do DreamHack have to do to stay alive?
For right now, the only condition that you need to fulfill is just let V2 be V2 if ever he already gets that his items, if ever he already gets that gold, because you gotta funnel everything to him at this point. And if ever you already have an opening to just fight everything, since you already have that Frigid Glacier from the Aurora, since you have that potential to just tank everybody, make sure that V2 has a very good position and also comfortable during that fight. Because if ever that SOD misses, if ever he doesn't get a good position, it's just going to be hard, because that diversion play is just definitely going on to the back door on what we're going to say. A good shutdown there. No more Hide on Bush. Frigid Glacier just a freeze one. At least a good comeback here. Black taking it to the back. SOD jumping in. Gets another kill. Good for a double. Open up for a triple. Not enough, because Arctic is just there shutting him down, but leaving only 2 kills here. DreamHack getting a good position to just jump everybody in. 1v4, not in a favor of him, but finally a good shutdown for them. But through all of that, buying a good enough time for Yer to just open his Zaman Force, finish it out. The base is just wide open. 9Z Globin, no one is there to stop him in the nick of a time. At least he still survives through all of that. And yet, no, they're just sending him home again and again. Another good defensive play from the side of DreamHack.
Oh my god, DreamHack is just insane right now. They were almost about to lose the game off of a mistake from 9Z Globin. I'm not really sure why they did that diversion play, and right now they've given up the Lord as well, because here comes the Glorious Pathway along with the Ring of Punishment, but they don't secure it. Irvin threw it away, but here, nice diversion play as well. Mount Shocker comes through, but you can see the chain CC from DreamHack is too much, and I think one mistake got into their heads, and now 9Z Globin have lost all momentum. They have lost all the factors to try and take the game away. DreamHack are looking for the miracle comeback.
And you gotta pray very hard for the Hail Mary play, because Nazi Globen, it's their chance to put up a good defensive play. Even though they do have some of the heroes good with that high ground defense, at least take 2 turrets down if ever you can pop off the third Holy Shield. But if Nazi Globen, all of them are just pressing on to their matters and still able to just fight it out, this could actually be a problem for DreamHack.
Yeah, it could be a
Glorious
problem
pathway.
for DreamHack indeed if they do that. You can see that everything being expended right now. Oh, not yet. They just buy enough time just to go through. But here's the diversion play. Where they go in at the same time. They come into the pixel motion right now. Rainbow gets caught out. Frigid Glacier is there. They find Rainbow first, and now you can see high on bush damage. Way too much. Chicago's going to be the second, and now Black's going to be looking like he's the third as they get them. Meanwhile, on the top side, Blink as well as Vito are the only ones surviving, and it's looking like a straight march down from the mid lane. 30 seconds, a little too late for DreamHack. They need their backliners to try and defend Vito and Blink. No Frigid Glacier, but they do have the SOD, a cannon minion coming down the mid lane, along with another wave. On the top side, you can see 9Z Globen are trying to take the end. Irvin goes for the glorious pathway to cut them off, but at the same time, they try and they try, but they don't succeed because 9Z Globen take the base crystal. 3-0 dominating victory over DreamHack as they move on in the playoffs, and DreamHack will say goodbye.
A good clean sweep for today's opening of playoffs, day number 3. A good victory for 9Z Globen, slaying the Dragons. And sadly, you gotta close off the dream for this season. And even looking at the highlights for today, it was such an amazing game. They tried to execute it. It went on for a clean sweep, a 3-0, which was amazing for 9Z Globen's run. DreamHack, though, they have a lot of moments where they just trying to find a solution. The first game, they were trying to do it with the draft. The second game, they tried to go head-to-head with the draft. And even up to the third, they finally want to try their composition. They want to try to actually take back that moment. That glimpse of a moment was actually given already to them. But sadly, again, you gotta pray for the Hail Mary play. But it wasn't given to them because of a momentum comeback where Hydon Bush just suddenly is up on the death timer. He's just there present. There's just a lot of things going on, but at the end of the day, no more frontliners, just leaving 2 main damage dealers. They're just way too thin to just defend everything of it. And even in one moment, you're trying to finish it all by himself. That was a risky play, but you know what, 9Z Globen, they're still able to rise up to the occasion and take back that moment, closing today's game with a clean sweep.
Yeah, it looked like a definite clean sweep coming from their side. Of course, dominating victory. DreamHack had no answer. It just felt like the right time to pull up with the Yi Sun Shin. And look at this end play as well. Irvin knowing where to use the glorious pathway, cutting off the pathway of V2 as well as Blink and not allowing them to defend whatsoever. And then, hey, one-sided story, 3-0 victory. Vei's happy with their prediction. Vei's happy that's a quick game. I'm sad that I got my prediction wrong, but of course at the same time I'm kind of happy it was a quick game as well. And also showing why 9Z Globen were the top team in the leaderboard throughout the regular season.
Kings are still above, I guess, and even with right now, again, I feel like it's more balanced in this game. It's just a matter of the moments given. Even with the kills, it's the same. Even with the game duration, it's kind of similar on what we've seen in game number 2. Even gold difference, it's just a matter of like 500 gold. With a more balanced gameplay, with a more balanced draft, it's just sadly the conditions that they need to try to fulfill for DreamHack able to just go head-to-head with 9Z Globen was just really hard because all of that pressure was just given to one person. And since if V2 on the Moscow was just getting chunked down or getting targeted again and again, it was very hard for him to shine. But you know what? At the end of the day, 9Z Global, with all of the items that they already required, even looking at Hide on Bush, getting the first penetration item with the Malefic Roar, and even getting that BOD as a second items other than the shoes, that's just giving rich vibes from him. And since you're already able to rack up that much gold in the early game, it's just really a good, secure signature pick. And finally, it works wonders, closing off today's first match.
Yeah, it definitely is working wonders for them securing their first match. Indeed, very well said. Because you couldn't have said it any better. They just couldn't get the better of them, bro. They just absolutely could not get them the better of them. Because at the moment, you can see that Yi Sun Shin, look at the team fight participation, 94%. This is without the, this is after the revamp of the Mountain Shocker. Just goes to show they just know how to execute the Yi Sun Shin lineup. That's the best part about 9Z Glow. I mean, that's coming from a biasness because I like Yi Sun Shin, but it is absolutely well played from their side. And what a way to make a statement, right, to whoever they're going up against next.
Definitely a good statement here. Just coming in very, very clearly. Good clean sweep. It's a 3-0 and 8. I think this is the first time ever closing in for our MVP again and again with Hide on Bush, with a good streak here, the 936 KDA and a 94% kill participation. This Yi Sun Shin really has a place in Kronos' heart right now. Even looking at the highlights here, it was just a good way to just rack up a lot of kills. He knows when to hit his last bow and arrow. A lot of the times, the Mountain Shocker really just provides a lot of vision for the team, even helping in. So it ends up and wraps it up quite well at the end. And even looking at the draft composition, they already got a secure win because of knowing that there's a Phoveus that you can play around with. There's the Luoyi that you can go aggressive and more aggressive, actually, knowing that you can play out with that diversion play. It's just, I love the draft. In a conclusion, it's just that.
Yeah, absolutely. Bro, they checked all their boxes. They had multiple win conditions, and that's what we like to see, right? Not keeping singular win conditions, and that's what played into the factor, into their victory run for 9Z Global. I was looking for words there. They definitely found their victory run, 9Z Global, and I think that's definitely the difference maker against DreamHack, who really have been lackluster all season, although they have performed. And I think thank you so much for DreamHack for being in MPL LATAM Season 3. We look forward to seeing you in Season 4. And of course, all the Brazilian fans that love to support their team, is not looking good for them. Their team is down and out, of course, right now, but they do still have Corinthians that are there in the upper bracket finals. But here, 9Z Global, the Argentinians stand strong, and they stand tall indeed.
Definitely, of course, securing and prolonging their another fight, because their journey is not easy. They're going through the lower brackets, and if ever you want to go up to the grand finals, you gotta go through these 3 days, these crucial 3 days, because you will finally see and put a good footing for yourself if ever you win. Because next, though, 9Z Global will either go head-to-head with Entity 7 or Team Infinity. Both are good opponents too, and definitely not an easy feat like this today. So let's see later on to see our second match against Entity 7 and also Team Infinity. But before that, let's see a little bit here. Ooh. Because everybody's been asking, where's the code? Where's the code? Hey, everybody who wants diamonds and skins or any giveaways right now, just as special for you guys in the English test, our code here is 20IBSLRCV. And everybody right now, it's just commenting of like, where's the code? Where's the code? I want diamonds. I want skins. And Kronos, don't be a sneaky caster and try to redeem it before our viewers. Okay, you gotta be fair. You gotta be fair for that.
I'm not redeeming it.
Let them
I'm
have
not
it too.
redeeming it.
So just typing in. Just typing.
Yeah, I didn't redeem it. Fine, I redeemed it. You know me, I can't resist the redeeming the code. Well, but just on a serious note, though, you guys, I gotta make sure you redeem those codes. There are skins up for grabs, of course. So make sure you grab that for yourself. If you missed it, rewind the stream a little bit, cast the code, enter that, and then come back live onto the stream. So you make sure you catch that. And while you are redeeming those codes, we got another code to give out. Of course, that is going to be BNX MPL 3. But before that, how do you get that? How do you get to that code? You got to go and take part in tournaments, of course, ladies and gentlemen. A one-stop shop for everything that's there in a community, which is by communitygaming.io. You want to take part in tournaments. You want to host your own community. And you want to take part in other games as well. They have it all. And of course, you want to make sure you get there. You got to go to communitygaming.io right now.
Other than our lovely website to support all of our future pro players, you gotta have a good device to play on, because Tecno Camon 40 series is definitely the MVP in the game and MVP in your photos. For whoever wants to make good plays in the TikTok, good moments, if ever you want to try to capture it, just like Kronos there, right there. He really loves that phone because you can kind of go down with a slow motion to just capture everything right in the moment, because that's the only way for you to shine, only on the Tecno Camon 40 series.
Exactly. And while you're at it, make sure you get that BNX MPL 3 code as well for the 5% discount on bonoxes.com. It's a super fast, easy, and secure way to recharge your diamonds. A lot of players trust bonoxes.com, so I don't see why you can't trust them as well. You got it. They're the best way to go and get your diamond recharge, especially with the fact that this premium supply event is going on for those Naruto skins. So make sure you go and get that for yourself, and you get your chance to win a skin. Just make sure it's not Sakura,
because Kronos got that.
Yeah, I didn't like it. Oh, bro, did you know, like, while I was doing that 10x draws, I actually got myself the Naruto skin as well. I got like Naruto skin all of a sudden. I went crazy. Yeah, I was like lucky. I got Sakura skin like that, and then I got Naruto skin like that. Yeah, I got two. So like, and if you want to check out those videos of ours, make sure you follow our socials, G_Kronos for me, and it's Vey here for it's Vey here.
Literally. And I mean, okay, I thought you just got that Sakura skin, but I'm happy to hear that you got that another streak. So technically, buy one get one of a skin. So that's why you gotta love those discounts. You gotta love those top-ups on the diamond. So if you want to be like Kronos, getting the Sakura skin, getting the Naruto skin, the only way, you gotta go to bonox.com. Only there. You just gotta top up there. Don't forget BNX MPL 3, a code just special for you guys.
Exactly. It's valid only for a limited time period. So get it soon.
It suddenly said ASMR for a discount code, huh?
Yeah, why not? But but you know what's ASMR though right now for the side of 9Z Global? It is that sound of victory as they move on, of course, in the brackets, in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, we have the next match that'll be coming in your way soon enough. It's Infinity versus Entity 7, the two Peruvian teams looking to take the competition by storm. And Vey, since game number 1 is a 3-0, you think match number 1 was a 3-0, you think match number 2 is going to be a 3-0 as well?
3-2 3-2
3-1
because I'm
3-1
oh 3-1. now I'm curious, what is Tiago chanting on there back in the stage? But let's also note that this is a best of 5 series. If ever is a 3-2, Ooh, it's just me against Kronos for this time. But because okay, the reason I said that is a 3-2. It's because these two teams they faced off against Corinthians. Basically that the 2.0 Corinthians. It was hard. They gotta sadly go down here. Nobody want to go home for today because at least you want to get a good point here because we're going to introduce our main lineup for Entity 7 here. Marquinhos, Garu, Che, Joelsinho, and also Shiv. They are still the same lineup we've seen from week number 1. And with the Dom here on the stage, it's definitely not easy to go head-to-head with Team Infinity, plus their new coach, Coach Tsubasa. So I kind of want to give it a name though for this match because I'm really excited to see though. It's Battle of the Masterminds. Because looking at how playoffs day 2, they brought out so many creative drafts. And for Coach Tsubasa to just counter all of that, it's just pretty great to see here. But you know what? Entity 7, they gotta have the keys to victory by Bonox too though. Because be cautious for the opponent's Julian pick in the jungle, maintain early game pressure to rotation from the enemy, and have pick-off options in the team composition. So you gotta do a lot of that mix and match. And you gotta let those masterminds think very, very hard because a best of 5 series is all full endurance. It's all full of mind games. And the matter of execution, both of these teams, I'm pretty sure they're definitely ready and stoked for today.
I'm telling you, bro, they just got a 3-0 the whole thing. This 3-0 and then let's just call it a day. But before that, let's watch this video, guys, of Entity 7.
Show. Show.
Guzinho, pra mim é o Guzinho.
Sou eu. Os caras querem trollar toda hora. Não pode.
Show.
Eu acho que sou eu também.
Eu acho que é o Guzinho.
Eu sei que não é.
Eu acho que é eu. Eu acho que é eu.
Não é.
Não, é o Google, é o Google, é o Google.
Marquinhos.
That's a fun game to know each other in the team of Entity 7. Of course, now we want to know who's the better cook? Who's the better cook, Kronos? It's my turn to ask questions.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm perplexed.
Definitely you, man, because I just bake. You know what? A lot of baking also, and a lot of cooking here from Team Infinity. Looking at their drafts and also lineup for today, it's Rusi, ZZ, Lionel, Fang, and also the Doom. Like, while we still the same people again and again, and since you're already familiar with them, I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of mind games.
I know,
Just
right?
happy, a lot of hand
doing the
movements. Let's dance together.
You can take a look. The keys to victory for Infinity right now. Watch out for the opponent's Joy pick in the jungle. Draft the gold laner capable of carrying in the mid to late game, and of course include options that can provide protection for gold lane picks. So a lot of frontliners is what Infinity want. They want to play that front to back composition, and you know why they gotta ban the Joy? Because a front to back composition's Bane is definitely the Joy, not the caster Bane, guys. It's the Bane of the existence. All right, it's a proverb. It's a
different
you gotta
Bane.
understand the meaning behind it. Exactly. While you're at it, go and give a big shout out, of course, to our Brazilian casters as well as the LATAM casters on the Brazilian and the Spanish stream at the same time. Go and tell them like, hey, Kronos and Vey said hello. But you know who else is saying hello to each other? Garu and ZZ. The head-to-head of both these teams are going to be their junglers. Look at that. KDA, damage per minute. Everything in the favor of ZZ except for the team's win rate, which matters the most.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, like, looking at them head to head, their matches aren't any much as different. Even though at Team Infinity, they do have more games to play, because they got down to relegation route. So technically, there's an extra week, that Entity 7 didn't participate in. So since they just sit back and watch here. Again, Team Infinity, it was a hard fought week. So at least now, you gotta find that spot. You don't want to go home that easily, I might say.
I mean, imagine this, right? Infinity kind of went against the toughest team right now in all of MPL LATAM, and that was Corinthians. And they got completely destroyed, not gonna lie. You and I both know they got completely destroyed. I just hope that it didn't break their confidence, because Entity 7 are gonna be looking to take down this wounded animal in Infinity, because they didn't have a good series either against Influence Rage, and I think it just came so down to the final bits of it. And now if Infinity are not at their best, I feel like, Entity 7 are just gonna take away the game.
And since right now we are really excited to see Kronos lock in for your answer, 3-1 or 3-2? 3-1, 3-2. Will we be at the same
still
boat?
I'm calling it 3-1. 3-1, bro. I feel like 3-1 still, because I feel like both these teams are a lot momentum based, especially Entity 7, and I feel like if they get game number 1, we might actually see a 3-0. To be honest. Ooh. And if we see, because that's the way Entity 7 like to play. They like the momentum in their favor. And Garu is one of those junglers that likes the momentum as well. And who's a momentum-based hero? Joy, Hayabusa, and that's what he likes playing. And if he gets his hands on these heroes, it's not looking good for Infinity. And Infinity are coming back on the back of a complete destroying, demoralizing loss against Corinthians. So, and because there was about 3 or 4 maniacs in that one series, and I feel like that definitely gotta hurt their confidence. So if they're able to find their footing in game number 1, I would say they still need game number 2 to try and get there, to try and get momentum built, because I feel like Infinity need more than one game to build any sort of momentum, and they need back-to-back wins. Otherwise, I don't see them taking away the series at all.
So from what I'm getting, it's a 3-1 for you, Entity 7 or Infinity?
It's Entity 7. I mean,
Entity 7
are gonna take this. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, for me, it's Infinity 3-2. Still going to stand by that 3-2. We never really set out on equal footing for this whole season, huh?
It's because you want to see all 5 games. And I'm actually thinking about Thiago. And I'm like, hey, let's make it 3-1 instead of 3-2.
Thiago said 3-0. We're all different here for today's test.
Hey, but at the same time, let's look at the draft at the moment, because you can see Entity 7 already respecting ZZ's Julian, and then you take out the Hanzo and the Hilda as well, and that means only Hayabusa and Suyo are left in the jungle, because on the other side, the Fanny, the Joy being taken off the table, and also that overpowered Kimmy. So I'm definitely sure they're not gonna go for an early Hayabusa, but they definitely need a Gatot Kacha or another Baxia. A lot of Baxias coming through today, and I feel like something's cooking in the minds of the coaches, because they've seen something of the Baxia. So definitely for us to do a lot of homework before tomorrow. But right now, because they picked the Baxia, they've given away 2 powerful picks. That's the Suyo as well as the Hereth.
And since you have a tanky front laner, you want to have someone to dish out the damage. And since I know Che, she's really comfortable with a lot of bursty type of heroes or even long range types. So at least I feel like right now I can have a little bit of assurance that Entity 7
Barca.
will not just go in guns blazing, just all in the hands of Shiv, trying to play probably the Granger. You want to pick it up because since at least a good head-to-head with Doom's Harith. So laning wise, I feel like both of these players, they can really just go it well. But since you want to create the space, since you want to try to probably disengage and also engage at the same time for their team, Che picked up the Chusin, and Team Infinity though, the weird swerve, it's not weird, it's more of a swerve that we've seen that either work and not work at the same time against the Chusin is the Zas. But since you're going up against Entity 7, it's a whole different team, a whole different level on what you've tried to bring in the Zask in the draft from before. Hope it works, but if it doesn't, it's gonna give Entity 7 a great boost because it's just basically a main target for the Granger.
Yeah, because this Zask has been a constant pick against the Jushin only by Infinity though. No other team has really picked it up. And it seems to be working so far, right? If I'm not wrong, they haven't lost the game where they played the Zask just yet. But then again, it's so unconventional, but it works. So I don't understand why. It's probably just bothering me because I stopped playing Zask when he was one of my first heroes that I actually learned in the game. You know, I actually played Zask until I got out of Epic the first time I played Mobile Legends.
On a streak.
Yeah. Like I used to play Zask on the top lane. That time there was no gold lane, EXP lane, and all that stuff. I just go to the top lane and just push with the Inspire on the Zask, right? Just keep pushing. Like I don't care. I'm gonna keep pushing. And the best part was the opposite gold laner used to like Layla's and like the Mias at that time. They used to use Wind of Nature when I used to use my ultimate. I felt so nice. After a while I understood like I do magic damage and Wind of Nature doesn't work. It is absolutely crazy. But what's crazy, the second phase of the bans, you can see early game roamers being taken away from Entity 7, the Jawhead and the Khalid, while on the other side a pick off that Kalea being taken off along with the Glue, and they lock down that Gatot Kacha to just create that space, that gap closer in the backline with that AOG.
And for 987, since it's not the typical Farsha or Burst type of heroes we've seen, you want to go aggressive, you bring out the Benedetta, you got a good setup, you got amazing two frontliners, so Baxia jungle for this one?
Yeah, Baxia jungle, that's a Baxia jungle for
Baxia
sure.
jungle,
so
oh yeah, okay.
Oh! I like this!
Yeah.
I like
haven't
the
seen
Uranus.
that in a while.
Yeah, I like the Uranus, but I don't think this is the time to pull up the Uranus, because I mean definitely gonna be like a gentleman's handshake between Marquinhos as well as Rusi. Gonna be like, hey, let's just cut each other's waves and then just go back to the team fight and let's see what we can do, because both of them want to dive into the back line, both of them want to be the one to be annoying. But over here, just because of the fact that Civ is on a Granger, he's gonna be running that Sky Piercer, right? And as a Uranus, you do not want to face down a Sky Piercer, especially if Civ gets himself at least a couple of those stacks.
So at least now we've seen both drafts are definitely cooking. I'm quite excited to see how they will go head to head later in the Land of Dawn while waiting for these 10 heroes to load up, because we are in the game for our second match, our second series of today. First game here against Entity 7 versus our friends from Team Infinity.
Well, let's see who takes it all, because at the moment Entity 7 looking to dominate the river with Che on that Jushin. Definitely going to be an X factor is that Zask, because you can see the emblem set, rocking that mage emblem with a mastery to get that cooldown reduction, also the mystery shop to get items faster, and the impure rage. But at the same time, you can take a look at the Uranus rocking that basic common emblem with the tenacity right? And that's going to be an important factor as well. And right now, look at that. They want to shut down this Uranus as fast as possible. Petrify being used as well. Eye for an eye to secure first blood. And that is good news for Entity 7. Why? Just because of that one kill, they can neutralize this threat of the Uranus for the split push.
And even with that, it's basically creating a bigger gold gap in the early game, taking a lot of the gold shield here. It's not fully taken away, so no 350 gold yet so far, but still a good start. Even right now with that 500 gold lead, it creates a good start for Entity 7. And looking at Team Infinity, they're just trying to rush in and go head to head and try to make a lot of moments coming in. Because like looking at Garu, one way for him to be unable to just fight along the way is just having in the Granger. But you know what? Team Infinity finally found a good footing here. Gets a kill and even equalize on that score with the kills.
Yeah, they definitely did. 1-1 is the kill score right now. The turtle's up. It is the first turtle of the game that's up for contention. And I feel like Entity 7 definitely want to get this as soon as possible because they definitely want the advantage. Infinity right now looking like they are the ones to get the best of it. But right now, Rusi here has to use the concentration as well just to survive. And right now, at the same time, you can see the damage coming through from Lionel is there. The turtle being taken out low, secured by ZZ on the Suyo. AOG to run away as well at the same time. Rusi trying to create the space, but Doom comes in with Zaman Force as well. ZZ in the back line as they get Civ. He's going to be the first one to fall along with ZZ early on as Doom, with the help of the Zaman Force, he gets the kill on towards Marquinhos. The fight was split up, but still Infinity gets the better trade as they get the turtle along with the kills as well.
And which is technically them taking back the moment, but you know what? A little bit of a mid-skirmish here. Two techie boys just trying to chunk down everybody's damage. But you know what? You gotta wait for Che, you gotta wait for Lionel, because on top though is going to be another aggressive fight. Knowing that the Harith and also the Granger is just a moment of like waiting. Somebody gets to get more gold, because like I feel like it's somewhat of a dead lane unless both of their junglers are going to like fight head to head. Because it's just a matter of like clearing waves, just racking up damage from here and there. Because joining into fights, it's going to be another different problem there for both of them. Because even right now, looking how Doom is more aggressive on the Harith, Shiv is actually quite pressured down and even pushed back to his own turret.
Yeah, definitely push back under his own turret at the moment, and I think it's not looking good for Entity 7 if Civ is being suppressed or like that, just because of the fact that they need him to be unlocked as soon as possible. And right now you can see Entity 7 are trying to make their place, but Rusi, of course, being an annoying Uranus, as he should, garnering the attention of Entity 7's Marquinhos. Going to be absolutely crucial for them.
For right now, I feel like both of these teams, even though they do have the potential to fight, but they try to approach this more cautiously. And since then, we've seen a little bit slower pace being set by both of them. And even starting onto the turtle right here, it's just Team Infinity trying to garner its way, because like Che, even though his main target, Garu's just jumping in.
Oh, you can see right now at the same time they use Dominator's Descent on towards Garu, taking out low. Glorious Path comes through, but the AOG catches them as well. That's the first target. Garu goes down at the same time. You can see it right now. Che is there with the Crimson Beacon. She's trying to show the damage, but Marquinhos in the back line. He tries to go through, but the damage coming through from Doom was way too much as ZZ secures the kill thanks to the Blade Surge and now turns their attention towards the turtle. Che, she's trying to do a lot, but can't really do much at this point, can she?
And since then, you rather not give out the location of your well-being, because you know that from Team Infinity they have the position and the advantage to actually just charge onto you like that. Even though it's like half HP down, it's not worth the risk, because even though there are some trade-offs here and there when you see you're giving away a turret for one kill, but I feel like the more important position here is just, it's okay. It's a tier 1. It's an outer turret. Just let it go instead of trading a life, your life especially as a mid laner, it will decrease the potential of you just roaming around faster, trying to help out lanes here and there, because you definitely need that extra push from NTD7. You need all that damage coming in, because even right now, Team Infinity, they're just going head to head on finding who will start the fight first. And for me, whoever started first could actually have the potential to just been taken over by Team Infinity either way, because they have the burst potential right now, because coming into the mid game, it's basically most of their power spikes for each of their heroes. So you gotta make this worthwhile, or else dragging into the late game, Entity 7 might actually have an edge on here.
Yeah, you're right. The Infinity definitely have a good power spike right now, but also so do Entity 7 with Civ on that Granger. He doesn't have the stack yet, so that's not looking good for them, but able to keep up in terms of levels against the Doom. And right now, here's the glorious pathway, and that's the initiation that they want to see. But at the same time, Electro Final Blow to create the separation. Zaman forced to drop down, and the first one to fall is Fanboy. He get melted immediately as Doom will have to run out of harm's way. He's being cornered by the rest of Entity 7, but he's able to dash out, and with the help of the Purify, survive. But Joel Cena taking out solo. Rusi in the back line trying to shut the damage, but you can see Joel Cena is going to be the target. At the same time, ZZ gets shut down by Civ, as Che is going to be the next one to fall as well. Rusi still survives. How is he doing that? This is why Uranus is very annoying, and it's showing as well. Meanwhile, Lionel's doing the same with the Zask, trying to outrange the rest of Entity 7 as Garu turns his attention towards the turtle, but here comes the AOG. I like the final blow comes through as well. Doom is there, but the retribution comes through from Garu as they're able to secure the turtle and the final turtle of this game.
Good play of your passive for your hero, both Doom and also Rusi, knowing that how and when to trigger on the shield and just timed it so perfectly so you're able to just survive through all of that. It's just straight up amazing. And since you know what, they are pro players, they are familiar with this, because even right now they have to be familiar with the team fight here.
Yeah, they have to be familiar with their surroundings, to be honest, at the moment. But Entity 7 so far slowly dominating the game. It was looking good for Infinity. They have the kills on their side. They don't have the momentum though right now. Entity 7 have found their footing, and all thanks to the front line that's there of Joelcinho as well as Garu and Marquinhos, of course, with the Electofile blow and the Petrify. That's a complete threat. Yes, the KD is not looking the greatest, but the damage being dished out is just way too much, and they're separating the fights into two, because you can see the items goes for the Blade of the Heptasis along with the Sea Halberd. Right now, AOG already being used. Doom's off down to the Mon Forest. Che has to use the beacon to get our harm's way as well. Rusi gets taken down, and now Doom's going to be the next target as Garu is going through, but still they survive as Lionel with the rest of Infinity are able to create the space, and now ZZ has to use the Retribution just to clear out the wave. Actually doesn't even have it, but still they're able to protect the tier 1 in the mid lane, while Marquinhos is still getting the split on the map.
You know what, there are a lot of clutch moments where Doom is just like on thin ice actually, and still dancing around somehow. But again, Team Infinity, I salute to them, knowing that, okay, at least you can try to front everybody in. So technically, I really like Che's solution on picking up the Chusin. It works wonders so far right now for them. But since right now there is no answer yet whatsoever on how to catch Doom, because he is just as slippery as soap.
He definitely has to be, along with a Purify as well, but now he doesn't have it. Lionel, no Flicker as well. At the same time, he's able to survive. Hasn't used the Dominator's Descent. He hasn't been taken down just yet. 008 on this Zask, showing that it works against this Jushin. But right now with the Lantern creating the space, you can see Rusi in the back line. Marquinhos doing a lot of damage. Joel Cena stopping him, but here comes the AOG. Completely misses. Nobody home. But at the same time, Electro Final Blow is there. They take down Rusi. The Mont Forces drop down, but he gets his hands on two. Marquinhos finds two without the Purify. And they're not able to do much, but he gets the shutdown finally. Doom, that slippery snake on on thin ice he was walking, but guess what? He was gliding, he was skating across. He finally found the kill, and 2-for-2 trade as Civ is dishing out the damage, but the Dominator's Descent could come out at any single point, and right now Doom comes into the fray. He has the damage as well, but you can see Garu's gonna be the target. They get the retribution though. Doom with his Zaman Force trying to get the kill. He finds the double and secures the Holy Crystal as well. Yes, Entity 7 got the Lord, but will they be able to capitalize is the question.
Ooh, this is definitely getting spicy because this Harriet is just getting out of hand because Shiv is getting chucked down that easily. Not enough damage again. He just knows when to play on that shield.
Yeah, that was absolutely monstrous, man. The damage that came through from Doom was absolutely insane. Knowing the mechanics of the hero, knowing the ins and outs of this hero, making it shine. Look at his KDA. He's 606. Hasn't been taken down a single time. And you can tell why Infinity are so confident when it comes to team fights.
And even right now, Infinity, they are just finding an opening because even though you know Garu and Yosinho is just hovering around here and there, they because they have the Lord advantage up on top, but I don't think that this would be a hindrance for them to clear out because Lionel, even though he's the main target here, not enough initiations yet, but just timing in for the turret.
Yeah, and Lionel was able to not... I mean, he didn't force out that... Let me start again. Joelsinho, with the Glorious Panther in the mid lane, tried to force out the Dominator's Descent, right? At least bait out a flicker. And I think Lionel didn't really panic at that point. Didn't use the Dominator's Descent. Didn't use the flicker. Because that means he's still going to be the target, of course, for Entity 7 to take down. But he's not susceptible to it anymore. He still has the ultimate. He still has the flicker. So still has about 2 options to survive. And that's really good IQ, really good gameplay coming through from Infinity.
And even through all of that surviving, Infinity, even though they're pushed back, they still know of their formations of like, okay, if there's a moment, you gotta fully commit into it. Because like even Doom on a 606 KDA right now, getting that Divine Glaive is just basically a very good investment. Killing wise, you can actually chunk down a lot more damage and even try to penetrate everybody. Even though you're tanky, it's not going to be a problem for him. But the question is, can Team Infinity flip back the script? Because objective-wise, their turrets are really just getting chunked down, a lot of them, by Team Infinity. And even being pressured as much as like this, if they cannot give out more space or create more space for them to invade into Entity 7's spatial area, it's going to be a hard problem for them to deal on later in the late game. Because if the Granger can rise after taking over the Harith, is just going to be a big problem for Team Infinity.
Yeah, if Entity 7 Civ is able to dish out the damage, it definitely will be. But you're right, even though Doom has so much kills, he has the damage, there's no one to create the space for him, or rather it's just not ticking at the right time. But you can see Lionel goes into the back line as Garu is trying to create the space, but with the Dominator's Descent, he's able to survive. Flicker expended as well. This is what I was talking about earlier, Vey. It's going to be important for him to use those skills at the right time, and that was the right time for him to use it. But of course, at the same time, Entity 7 force the occasion for them to secure the Lord. And this is really good macro play on understanding of who's going to be the target and understanding that you got to use the right time or utilize the space that's there in the map to create the openings for the rest of the team. And that's what Garu has been doing the entire time.
Because if you can't, it's just going to be hard because there aren't any possibilities for them to start unless it's this.
Oh yeah, you can see Electo final blow comes through as well. Glorious Pathway being used. AOG is there to try and create the separation. They catch Garu. He's going to be the first one to fall as Doom is godlike indeed. The Lord is marching on the top side, but ZZ finds the assassination on towards Civ. The threat in the back line for Entity 7. Infinity will be able to defend this quite comfortably.
And since that space was already created by Team Infinity, it's just a matter of time for them to just, okay, let's take another breather, let's clear this out first, let's strategize what's next. Because Entity 7, even though they are a strong unit, they can move into one same unit because Team Infinity still has the burst potential higher than Entity 7 so far. So if ever Infinity gets this moment, and they did, you gotta utilize it very well. If not, it's just going back to Entity 7's hands again and again.
Yeah, it's going back to the hands again and again because of the fact that they're able to dominate the map and they're able to try and find the openings rather for Infinity. And Entity 7 are dominating the map. So with the help of Marquinhos, who's been a constant threat for the split push, constant threat to the backline, and again, the use of the Electo Final Blow, it is to be the damage dealer with the help of the Petrify, but also to create the separation in these team fights. It's just like another Glorious Pathway. Instead of getting slowed, you're going to take a lot of damage as well. That's the key for Entity 7 so far, and to working out. That's why they're able to dominate the map. But Infinity, yes, you have the individual brilliance that's coming in from Doom. Yes, you have the individual brilliance that's coming in from Lionel. ZZ's able to find the execution, but the macro is just not working out for them.
Not yet so far, because objective-wise, again, they missed out on a lot of the turrets actually, where Entity 7, even though they aren't as focused on like getting kills or racking up points like Team Infinity, they kept on focusing and of getting their objectives. So I feel like on that side, Entity 7 has more of an advantage. So they're just buying out time, looking for a right moment, not for a lot of team fights though, but more to on how they want to push and try to take back those objectives, because you still have that middle tier 2 turret. At least you have that, because it is just as sweet as candy for them, because Team Infinity, they want to try to take back that lore, talking about neutral objectives, because it's just a good way to come in like this. Fanboy,
yeah,
getting
AOG
that
is the way he
AOG a
comes
little
through.
bit risky.
Electo Final Blow is there as well, and they come in with Zaman Force. Glorious Pathways drop down, and now without the help of the frontliner, seems like Entity 7 want to create the damage and create the space, but Marquinhos goes in too deep. As he bites the dust, they lose the tier 2 in the mid lane, but here comes Rusi in the back line. Flicker already forced out from Civ, but the Immortality is there just in time to make sure Rusi will be able to survive, and now they have to expend a lot more resources just to take him down. But you can see Entity 7 turn their attention in towards the Lord as they're trying to get it started, but here comes the rest of the cavalry. Concentration being used by Rusi, and now the Demon Force being dropped down. Garu's going to be the target. They're trying to zone him away, but Chase there with the Lantern as well. Retribution is going to come through from ZZ because they take down Garu, and now finally Infinity found their footing, as they will be the ones to secure the Lord. It's 18 minutes into the game. I'm not sure if it was the Evolve Lord, but 18-minute Lord is looking super strong indeed.
Definitely a good addition, and since everybody's all together for that fight, I'm pretty sure it also increases the Lord's tankiness, I might say, from that moment, because like Team Infinity, they don't want to go for that risky place. They want to approach this cautiously, and even though they can really go aggressive, they really need to time in their resources perfectly, because the main menace here is just Doom. AOG?
Yeah, it's gotta be, but they take down Civ, and Doom is the one to do it. He's the main man indeed with the Zaman Force. He's dancing around, dashing around, dishing the damage. You can see he gets himself the double. The triple is just ever so close. Joel Sino just slowly backs away. The Lord is marching on the bot side. They take the tier 2 in the mid lane. With the help of the cannon minion, they're looking to take away the inhibitor as well, as now one after another, everyone is starting to fall for Entity 7, and now dropping down Zaman Force again. Joel Sino is going to be the target. ZZ finds the kill, and now Garu should be next on the chopping block, but with the help of that Dominators, instead they're taking out one after another. They're using the Nightmaric Spawn as a minion, and they're able to take game number 1 before the Lord even reaches the base crystal. Infinity get one up on Entity 7.
Ooh, a victory indeed for Team Infinity, and this all happened before the Lord, because looking at the early game, Entity 7, they seem to just have it in their control. Infinity, though, they didn't back down at all. Because looking at a lot of the moments, they just tried to create fight after fight after fight. And since Doom got a very good early, trying to suppress on Shiv, on the Granger, no kills yet, but it works wonders, because since you are suppressed, there is more space for them to just try to maneuver around here and there, or even tried to join in a lot more team fights earlier than Shiv, and this creates a good positive gap for Doom on the Harith, knowing that he is already comfortable with it. He can just play it as well as he wants, and even a lot of clutch moments like this where he can just chime in, play it on against with the passive, knowing that he has the shield. So it's pretty good to know that Team Infinity, they finally got a good moment at the end, just because Doom hit his power spike. Plus, they were very patient in this game and looking for the right angle to win. Even without the Lord, it was just so clearly for them, for Team Infinity getting the first victory here.
Yeah, they finally got the first victory, and I think after this, Entity 7 should get the comeback, so at least I can keep my prediction alive and make sure Vey doesn't get hurt, right? Because right now, it's looking like it looked like Entity 7 had the game, to be honest, right? With the macro plays. Just at this point, Doom was an absolute monster. 909 on the Harith. There's no possible way to stop it. You see the damage that Marquinhos ate in that very moment. He was full HP, Vey. He dashed in, and then he was just no HP all of a sudden. It was just so close for Entity 7 to take the game. The macro is on point for Entity 7, but the micro skills coming out for Infinity is just a different level. And the Peruvian teams are showing why everyone needs to pay attention to them, because, hey, they might just take the game and the entire MPL LATAM Season 3 right under the noses of the Brazilians as well as the Argentinians.
Okay, quite a good spicy take on that. Definitely a very hot game to see. It's 19 minutes and 34 seconds on this one, with a round of 4-ish gold lead so far right now. Still pretty good. Quite a little bit of a gap here, but not entering on the 5th. It's not as far as you think yet. Plus, in this late of a game, I think it's just a matter of difference of like 1 or 2 items here and there. Talking about emblems not affecting as much is pretty good. Looking at Marquinhos on that lethal ignition, knowing that you can just play around with the passive as much as you can. Salute to you, Che, playing that Sky Piercer on the Jusin. Helps a lot, but not as aggressive as any of the other games that we've seen on the previous days. But I gotta salute though to Doom. I thought that he bought in that Oracle to play more of a passive for the Harith, but using some of the penetration items, even with the Blood Wings and also the Holy Crystal, apparently is just enough. And looking at the overall things here, right now, damage dealt by both sides of the team, highest one ever is still in the hands of Doom with 120,000 apparently for him. That's a lot for a Harith, and it's just really focused and centralized on him for Team Infinity. I think this probably kind of gives them an opportunity to ban out this Harith for the next game, out of respect, of course.
I mean, yeah, not just that. Look at Lionel also. He dished out 90,000, close to 90,000 damage, and that's still a lot more than anyone else from Entity 7. So that just goes to show they definitely know how to work it out in their favor. They know how to deal with the Jushin, and to be honest, I'm probably going to try it out myself in the rankings to see if this Zas is the counter, because this is not the first time we've seen it. And now with Infinity getting the first game, will this be the shift in momentum, and will the second team in the regular season, Entity 7, succumb to the pressure coming in from Infinity?
We never know. Let's see, because it is just the first game. The first game is as close and as tight as like this. I feel like the immense power given, the intensity of the game, it's not because of a lot of brawly type of fights. It's more to like those cautious moments that they try to create, because a lot of the moments coming in, it's Doom being the MVP of the game, a definitely worth a while. No deaths at all, a 1009 KDA, 90% kill participation, and definitely a well-deserved MVP, because this Harith carried that mid game to late and securing a lot of crucial kills in a lot of crucial moments created by Team Infinity. So at the end of the day, dude just really surpasses and is basically one with the Harris right now for Doom. And again, this just begs to a question that will it be banned this time? Will it still be let loose, or will it get taken away from Doom? Because this is basically one hero that you really need to respect.
Yeah, they better respect that hero. Even though if it's not in the hands of Doom, it should have been banned out. To be honest, he's one of the strongest gold laners. Yes, he's been hit with a nerf, but the nerf is not good enough for him to like just be taken out of the meta. The meta hasn't shifted as fast as we'd like for it to shift. So I think just the fact that the Herod being left open, given into the hands of a gold laner who knows how to utilize it, knows how to maximize the advantage that could come through from the Herod. Yeah. Respect ban incoming.
Okay, let's wait. Of course, I got approximately around like more so 1 minute for the draft to start again. And even looking at the strategies this time, I feel like it's more going hand to hand for it, different than the first match that we've witnessed today. And even looking, so both of them, they're quite aggressive but slow at the same time. Do you get it? Like that vibe of during in the game, like they can definitely win and take over the games, but it's just not as aggressive as intense that I thought. It's a lot of brawl fights.
I don't think it's like, you know, passive or anything. I think the right word to use would be calculated. They take calculated team fights, right? If you ask me, especially Infinity, right? No, rather, especially Entity 7. Sorry, Entity 7 know when to pick their fights because they know they're gonna be on the back foot when it comes to individual skills in a way, compared to the fact of Infinity's Doom. But that's how they are able to capitalize on the macro play of their own team, right? And that's something we want to see again. But look at the bans coming out from both the teams, looking same from game number 1. Now will Infinity change it up because they're on the blue side? They ban out the Kalea, and now on the other side, Entity 7 just might be a slightly different ban. What do you think, Vay?
They are really focusing and centralized on both of their junglers here. No more Kalea. They banned out the Hilda. Of course, you want to respect on Rusi's hunger for looking for information and also vision providing for Team Infinity. So you want to close that off. There is still a Khalid being opened up if ever you want to go fast, but it's not a prio pick yet so far, because since no Harith, Lionel right now picking up the Kimmy. Will it work wonders in the mid lane, or actually will it be reserved for Doom? Because Team Infinity, if I'm not mistaken, it's one of the teams that tried to make the Kimmy work in the mid lane, but it didn't work out as the way they wanted. So it's either a flex or yet still a good first pickup. Granger and Baxia, good takeaway if ever you still want to play with that comfort hero. If ever you still want to go head to head with that tanky jungler. Again, as you mentioned before, Kronos, the meta didn't shift as fast as we thought it would. So again, I don't know if this works or not, but I gotta say, it is a better composition on that, on knowing that you want to play with that tanky fighter jungler. So the pairings works well so far.
Yeah, I think it does work well so far, just because of the fact that Garu's been able to execute it well. But also there's the presence of the Hayabusa is just too good to... I feel like the teams are not prioritizing the Hayabusa. I'm not really sure what it is, but seems like they don't want to play the Hayabusa a lot today. So at the moment, it feels like with the Kimmy being there, with the Granger being picked up as well, it's going to be what, a double mark. I feel like Infinity can still go for a double marksman, and I think this Yve being picked up doesn't really make sense. But also, Vey, I heard something. Is that true?
Of it, we're still waiting. I feel that, like though right now.
Yeah, I feel like the Yve this doesn't really make sense here, does it?
But I think probably they will try to keep the same picks here for now, because again, we're talking about strategies. We're talking about how our masterminds of this game trying to find it out. Ooh, what is it, Kronos?
So wait, so they're gonna remake the draft, are they? Is it a redraft? Yeah. Vey?
Okay, so far first 3 picks still solid there. Still solid there for now though. So since we do have a little bit of an image on what happened before and what are the picks right now, and of course a good optimization for the game later on, first 3 picks, it's kind of interesting to see the Yve getting picked up against heroes like that though. So I get it if ever they want to try to create the space, but you really need that burst potential though. So I don't really agree on this Yve yet. So what are your thoughts about this one, Kronos?
I feel the same. That's why I asked you. Like, I'm not really a fan of this Yve so far. I don't know where this Yve kind of pops in from, just because of the fact that it's not something that we want to see coming quite early as well. I mean, yes, they have the Granger, they have a lot of poke coming through, they have the front line present as well, but who's gonna be the one that brings them to the RWM? Because on the other side, they have a Kimi that's very mobile, they have a Suyo that's really mobile as well, and they have a Gatot Kacha that's basically gonna just jump in on top of the Yve, right? So I'm not really sure where this Yve comes in at, but it might be the difference maker for stopping them from going from another marksman in the gold lane. So if they were ever to slot this Kimi in the mid lane in the hands of Lionel and go for a Moskov in the gold lane, which is what it looks like it's going to be, if they are trying to do that, then this Yve kind of prevents that from happening. So I can see that as a preventive good. It's like a good measure for them not to pick up another marksman, but apart from that, just a lot of poke.
Yeah, because I mean, looking at how Che plays, she plays really aggressive, like, and also very active. So picking up the Yve, I don't doubt it that she is able to play it. I'm pretty sure that she can, but the thing is that if you want to go active on a Yve with the Baksha roaming around, you gotta bring in a lot of shoes. You gotta bring in that fast rotation. And clear wave wise, if you wanna go head to head, for example, if ever the Kimi is flexed to the mid lane, if ever they do wanna bring in that 2 gold laner, wave wise, the Yve doesn't really match well against it. So for the sake of prevention, I think it's a really, really hard call to make, to be honest. Because it's just for one thing. But we gotta think about the overall things. If ever they don't want to make a space out of it, I feel like it's trying to pull into a moment. So you can consider to probably make some roamers like Tigreal or probably Belleric. So at least you can try to support onto that. If you really want to go aggressive with it, so at least you start in that fight. So that's the theory that I'm trying to like think of right now. But again, it's just a possibility of ever happening. Creativity just runs wild.
Yeah, I think it just went to the point where in this draft they need to find and figure out a way to maximize the utility of this Yve, at least if they're on the red side. But if they're on the blue side, it's looking good for them. Like the draft is looking really good for Infinity, and I don't see how they don't have any holes to plug, to be honest. It's just the fact that I hope this Kimi is not hard locked down into the mid lane. Then they've kind of then they've just gotten out drafted by the Eve. It was just a super hard read. Then if they're able to slot this Kimi in the gold lane and still work it out, hey, it still works, unless they go for the Irithel in the gold lane. So that might be the better play.
So again, there are a lot of possibilities to make this work. There are a lot of possibilities if ever this doesn't work, and there are a lot of possibilities if ever the draft can be more creative or not. But talking about all of those things, I really want something certain, Kronos. And I want our viewers to have something certain too. And I'm definitely certain that there's a code coming in. Is there a code?
Guys,
is there a code? Because I want diamonds too.
Hey guys, make sure you get your phones out. Make sure you go into the game, go to the profile section, go to the top right corner, and in the configuration engine, in that settings part, go down, as you can see, redemption code, and then you click and type this code in, EWFXZYRCV. Put this code in and get yourself some diamonds as fast. It's not as diamonds, a lot of rewards. You could get yourself an MPL skin for free as well. So make sure you go and get this as soon as possible, because I'm trying to sneak my way. Actually, no, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to do you guys like that. I am definitely not going to. So make sure you get that skin as soon as possible for yourselves.
Don't forget, at this time there's no numbers, there's no capitalization any of the letters, so it should be easier for you if ever, since this is a live stream, so no copy and paste, guys, so you gotta like enter it one by one. So right now,
hey,
still
they
be
can take
better.
screenshots in this
Kronos,
copy, no?
Oh yeah, true, there's that feature too. Kronos is just like winking his eye out because like, I really want this, but I can't. I gotta hold back because I already have the Sakura skin.
I mean, I don't have all the MPL skins over here. I don't have the Franco and I don't have the Wan, so I'd really like those skins, to be honest. So yeah, those are skins I definitely want. I'll probably try and get the Franco.
But what
looks cool?
What happens when you draw? You get the Benedetta. So it's not the Franco and the Wan.
Bro, I already have the Benedetta. I don't want the Benedetta skin now. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do to you? What did I do to you?
A lot of nothing. Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. We're just having fun in the desert. You know what? Right now, again, we're waiting on the draft coming in, of course, and our viewers already have the codes, they already have the skins, and I'm actually trying to wait out from our viewers here. If ever, what kind of skin do you get? If ever, for example, like Kronos, he got some magic dust in the early of the season, you can just comment in also, hey guys, I have magic dust, and we're of course reading here and with you guys throughout the whole day. We're still in the second series for the second game of the draft, so be patient, guys. And of course, we want the best draft for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and not just the fact that we want to give you the best draft, we want to make sure there are no interruptions as well coming through, right? So we want to make sure the players are at their best while they're bringing you their best, so that we can bring our best and you can enjoy the best at the same time. But you know what? If you want to see what the best of last week was, we'll bring you the highlights, of course, that took place. So just in a minute, it's going to be on your screen. A lot of bests coming through, so make sure you're at your best as well. Hello, everyone. Kronos here to bring you a recap of an action-packed weekend of the playoffs in MPL LATAM Season 3. So let's get to it. First match, of course, Infinity versus Influence Rage. The Ragers stood strong as they move on in the upper bracket, as Infinity will bite the dust and go down to the lower brackets. And then it was Corinthians versus DreamMax. DreamMax did not stand a chance to the new addition of Flick to this Corinthians lineup, and they move on further in the upper bracket. Next, we had Influence Rage versus 9Z Globant, a team that stood tall in the Swiss stages, but the Ragers came strong and took over and moved on to the upper bracket finals. And then we have Corinthians versus Entity 7. Once again, a Flick masterclass, along with Upatizi securing himself a Maniac. They will move on to the upper bracket finals. Of course, after all that took place in this action-packed weekend, we have another weekend coming your way. 3 days of back-to-back action. So make sure you catch us there.
VO, huh?
Hey, trying, bro. I mean, is it that bad? Is it that bad, Vay? I mean, come on. I think it was all right.
It's good.
Hey,
yeah, it's
thanks,
good.
bro.
Yeah, really.
Oh,
really. Wow.
Look at that. Apart from that being
that
good,
heart of yours
draft.
popped up the draft. So it's a good heart.
The timing, so good. But look at the bands coming. They take out the Uranus because Rusi was a problem in the previous game, respecting that factor from Infinity, and they take away the Benedetta because they know that Marquinhos was a problem as well. So showing respect to the EXP laners just because of the fact that they don't want to deal with that split pushing ability coming through.
I mean, like, you gotta respect the heroes, because it was a little bit of a menace in the early game. If ever you wanna pop up that Uranus again, or even a Esmeralda, because like you really seen that powerful Benedetta. If ever, in some of the regions it works, in some of the regions it doesn't. So it kind of depends on the pilot also, and how do you adapt through that. And seeing the last ban coming in from Entity 7, it's no more Faramis and no more Lucas. So you want to minimize the potential of Entity 7 wanting to play those tanky heroes again. So at least now we know you have the poke potential of the Eve, you have the range of both of them, the Granger and also the Eve. But what's next? What's good?
They gotta secure themselves a frontliner, right? Maybe a high. Oh, this is looking nice. They juked us all. They thought they made us think that the Baxia is gonna be in the EXP and the jungle, and then slotted the Hayabusa. But then again, I feel like the Hayabusa is coming in a little too early. Could have still gone in for the last pick, right? But maybe they want to hide their roam pick until the end. Still good. Hayabusa in the jungle is nice. I can finally get behind that just because of the fact that now this gold lane Kimmy or mid lane Kimmy is going to be under threat, and now they're taking their sweet time deciding if they want to slot this Kimmy in the gold lane, if they want to slot this Kimmy in the mid lane, because the Eve has already been taken off. I mean, the Eve is going to be a problem. Oh, wait, that's the Irithel. Yes. I said it before the second phase of the draft. If ever they need to slot in a gold laner, then it's got to be the Irithel, because you're mobile enough. You have the heavy crossbow to kind of dash out of the RWM. You win the lane against the Granger, and if an assassin's being picked up, you can still counter. And also against this Baxia, it's going to be really good. So the Irithel is nice. So far, Infinity are cooking with the draft. Now Entity 7, what do they do to tie it all up? They need someone that can get a Hylos. I don't think it's the best answer. They need some hard lockdown CC right now to find at least a way to... Oh my god! It's a Lapu after forever? In the what are we, back in M3?
Some nostalgic moments here. A lot of them are just trying to bring it back. In my head was like, probably you want to go AoE because you need that AoE, you need that range. In my head, it's just like probably Belleric, because like the Hylos, it's just pretty hard. It's just one. But at least if you want to try to bonk somebody, you rather bonk it just like one straight line. Hey, you have to Lapu. Ooh, again, creative picks by both of them. Again, masterminds are amazing, but with the smart plays from the masterminds, you gotta have the puppets coming in to the game, because you gotta see how they play in it, because definitely we are marching into the land of dawn. Match number 2, game number 2. Finally, after looking at the drafts, both sides are quite amazing to see. Both sides are just quite as unique as they are, because marching in, it's Team Infinity versus Entity 7.
Will they be able to make it 2-0? Infinity, we'll find out, of course, as we take a look at the emblems. The Lapu Lapu, long time since I've seen him pop up in the land of dawn, not gonna lie, especially in the pro scene. He definitely is the definition of what an EXP laner should be, and is as well, with the kit that he has. The Land Shaker, the bravest fighter. Oof. I haven't said those in a long time, bae. Feels like it's going to be a good one for Entity 7. But on the other side, Infinity, they're still keeping this Lapu Lapu in check, just because of the fact that Rusi is playing, again, another annoying EXP laner with the glue.
At least there are some informations being established, like from both of it. Laning wise, I feel like both of them could just clear it out and just join into the fight. It's more of a dead lane, to be honest, seeing Marquinhos and also Rusi to just go head to head with this. And if ever they want to go aggressive and just find out a lot of moments, Entity 7 actually have a bigger moment for this, a bigger chance for them to do so. But then again, in team fights, the Infinity, they really still have a strong lineup, knowing that there's a glue and also Gazokacha. I mean, as long as they timed in those change CCs perfectly, I wouldn't even think about it. They are able to handle that.
Yeah, and I think they're using Joel Senior on this roam position with his box here really well. They're able to use that really well, just because of the fact that you get that 1.5 second stun when it comes to his skill 1. And right now, turning their attention to the turtle, Joel Senior is able to maximize the farm that Garu can get, and also splitting the map, making faster rotations. So it's working out for Entity 7s. Again, it's all about the macro for Entity 7, right? Will the micro this time stand out for Infinity, though?
Okay, it'll be a question that needs to be answered slowly but surely. Of course, both of these teams, they don't really want to give this opportunity out for them, because right now it's just seeing a matter of moment how they try to overtake each other, because condition wise, both of them are actually in the same equal footing right now. And you gotta win that early. If ever you don't, you want to wait up till the late, but not too late, because Team Infinity still has a pocket pick of both marksmen though, so it'll be longer for them. But if they really drag it to the late game, they're still able to survive through all of that, even though you bring in the Baksha, even though you have the Eve and also the Lapu Lapu. I'm pretty sure Team Infinity can overcome that if ever that scenario happens.
What happens if it goes to the late game?
Oh, then you double it down then. So it's a late game.
What about the late game?
Then you still going to be a late game. But you know what? I want to win this one, so it's Infinity +1. Ha!
But Infinity, yeah, they have the first game in their hand. You're right, Infinity +1, but Entity 7 might just bounce back. Oh, wait, speaking of bounce back, right now, Marquinhos taking out low towards Poissons just to disperse. And you can see that Infinity definitely have that +1 right now.
Not yet. Again, very cautious, very calculated, because both of the teams, they really don't want to go home today. So one slot is definitely working wonders for both sides of them. But you know what? Rusi is just starting in that fight.
Oh yeah, you can see right now ZZ is forced to go out. Marquinhos is the one to create the space. RWM dropped down as well, but you can see every time they got down the RW. Oh, nice AOG to cat sieve in place. Oh my goodness, what an AOG, and what a way to get first blood as well. And right now, Rusi's going to be the next one to fall down. No, he doesn't, able to survive thanks to the help of the split. But right now you can see they go on towards ZZ as well. He's able to get out of harm's way. The flicker coming out from Joel Senior just to survive, as the rest of the cavalry will have to disperse. And now Infinity have turned their attention in towards the turtle.
Slowly, but yet no steals yet, because you're eyeing on Garu. He's there. He has the retribution ready. And since on the other hand, Infinity though, sadly ZZ was taken down by the Lapu Lapu. It's a clear sign that Entity 7 is able to take on that turtle without any hesitation. There's no retribution power. It's a good early spike for them. I don't really know why ZZ was taken down that 1v1, but you know what? At the middle lane, they still want to go in for the fight. Okay,
RWM drop down. Lionel taken down low with the help of the Ogi Shadow kill also. And right now, Marquinhos just taking away and hacking at the turret, and so is Doom. So they're trading 1-for-1 in terms of towers. Top side trader for bot. Civ finally gets himself a Sky Piercer. Now is looking to stack it up to make sure he's gonna start hurting. You can take a look. He has no kills right now, 1 death and 1 assist, and now the first kill is gonna give him 10, make it 20. Definitely wants the 80. We'll find out if he's gonna be able to get that. As you can see, they are looking to take down the bot tier 1 also. So Entity 7 showing why they were the second place team throughout the regular season. It's because of this macro play that they have all the time.
And I mean, those little things will matter later in the late game, because those crucial fights, those crucial calls that you're going to make and also say will really impact on the way that you take on that decision later on. Because this is what happens again and again, same as game number 1. You see, Entity 7 is just clearing all 3 lanes or just trying to find objectives here and there. But you know what? The more important and crucial part is how Team Infinity tries to pull up a fight like this.
AOG comes through as well. He catches 4, but at the same time, you can see nice taunt as well is there as well. But they take down Che. First one to fall. Fanboy should be next on the chopping block, but Lionel's doing a lot of damage. Quad Shadow misses. Garu tries to find one, but Doom in the back line able to find Joel Senior thanks to the heavy crossbow, and that is double kill in his hands. And now Entity 7 still don't want to give up. They want to pressure down the mid lane, and Doom is forced to answer. So that means they're not able to get the split or not able to capitalize and take away any objective from the side of Infinity.
See, Entity 7 is just finding an opening to keep on focusing on those objectives, but once they still want to fight somehow in some way, Team Infinity just stays on top. Like this moment right here, they are just trying to fight it again.
Marquinhos is able to go down, gets the taunt, but you're right, right time. You can see the flicker coming out from Joel Senior as well, but the stick is already on towards him, and they take him down. And now they're trying to create the separation. Rusi is the one to do that. At the same time, AOG comes through from Fanboy, but Civ has the damage. No stack of the Sky Piercer yet, but Garu with the Quad Shadow. I'm not really sure if that was a smart move. The maximum charge pulling in play should be going down, and yes, he does. Lionel is able to secure that kill, and now it's looking like Infinity are going to run with this.
And since they are definitely running with it, they don't want to miss out that momentum. They don't want to miss out that speed. They don't want to miss out that pace, because Entity 7 are just trying very hard to just take back on what's theirs. Again, a set good moment by them in the early can just be taken aback by Team Infinity that easily. This is just way too harsh for just one moment. But let's see, because Entity 7 is just really definitely ready for that fight again. Almost broken out in the middle lane, but not yet so far.
Yeah, they're not taking down the tier 1 in the mid lane yet, so they're standing tall. They're trying to defend that as much as possible for both these teams, just so that they can stand on equal footing. But you can see the other towers, they have equalized on both sides. So tier 2s are going to be the target next in the side lanes, but in the mid lane, the first one to give away the tier 1 is going to be under a lot of pressure, and that's going to be Infinity looking like that, because they dropped down the RWM. But at the same time, oh my goodness, Doom goes and dishes out so much damage on a stationary mage. And now Lionel does the same and picks up Joelcinho. It's not looking good for Entity 7. Once again, in theory it works, but in practicality and execution, it's just not working out.
Yeah, by paper it's good, but technically, and somehow, some way, Infinity is just bringing the scissors into the game. And even so, Entity 7, they gotta focus on their farm. You gotta focus up to their rack, cause racking up their gold. Because if ever Garu doesn't have that power spike anymore, and you can't really carry on with that game, you gotta shift your focus onto Shiv. If ever, at least that Granger can deal a lot more damage. If ever comes into that moment, because even though they still want to try to take back that area, they still want to try to start into that fight. I don't think that it is wise for them to do so, because power and also itemization wise, I'm pretty sure Team Infinity gets this in their own pocket. So if ever this lore fight is just going to break out, I'm afraid that Entity 7, they gotta space out their resources well, and also themselves. If ever it's not, it's going to be a hard fight, and Team Infinity can actually just take and push. At least you get, what, 3 turrets? That's a very good sign for them.
Yeah, it definitely is a good time for them at this point. It's going to be the Lord that's going to be the focus for both these teams. Infinity, again, they're able to win the team fights. But you can see the macro coming out from Entity 7. They're able to dominate the map. It's the same story again and again. But here with the Force of the Queen, Marquinhos trying to go into the bravest fighter. RWM comes down, but every single time there's the AOG, catches two, and they miss out on the Lord. It's able to be in the hands of Fanboy, and he still goes down. However, here comes oh my god. This Irithel just caught me off guard every single time, just melting down the Eve with a lot of damage with the heavy crossbow. Just way too much for Entity 7 to deal with, and every single time Che drops down the RWM, Fanboy is clear signal for him to jump.
And it is a very comfort pick for them, you know, even though Entity 7 want to try to push back and take back a moment. It's just not enough. If everybody is just as busy as ever down in the mid lane, ZZ, on the other hand, just managed to get a turret up top. And since Fanboy did a very good service of taking the Lord for Team Infinity, it's just a clear push for them. 2 turrets so far. If ever you can get another 3, which is good. But AOG jumping in.
Early AOG coming through. RWM dropped down just to clear the way, but you can see at the same time the Lord is marching on the bot side, so the tier 2 has already been taken away. Entity 7 will have to focus their attention there. No holy defense proc just to make sure that it can be cleared as it past 12 minutes. The Lord crashes in, quarter HP, and they take down the Lord on the bot side. And now they're looking to target down the tier 2 in the mid lane. Infinity are looking to take that away, but ZZ here able to make it out with the Blade Surge as Garu went for the Ogi Shadow Kill, was looking for the execution, not finding it, but maximum charge right now from Lionel pulls Che into place as Civ secures the War Axe as well to dish out a lot more damage. He's level 15, and so is Garu. And on the other side, ZZ is level 15 as well, but Doom and Lionel still 13. And now Joelcinho goes into the Kumar bush. Still trying, not there just yet, but you know, they're almost finding the opening.
And so far though, Entity 7 is just they aren't able to crack on how Team Infinity just try to go head to head on them for that fight. Because right now though, it's just a question that they need to answer quickly. If ever they cannot adapt, it's just going to be a big problem. It's just going to repeat the same history on what happened in game number 1 being brought up again in game number 2. And as you said, Kronos, it's a matter of momentum. If ever you already have the first one, you can actually secure another one. Your prediction is 3-1. My prediction is 3-2. If ever Team Infinity gets another this for another momentum, if ever we can both be wrong and Tiago is right for a 3-0, that could actually be a possibility right now.
Yeah, it could be right now. It could be a possibility, but look at Joelcinho. He's still in the Kumar bush. at the moment, dominating the Kumar Bush's boxy as well. I mean, never really happened. It's right? That's when Kyrie Kumar went in there, but right now AOG comes through as well. But you see RWM drop down, and I think at the same time they get rid of Che. He's been on the chopping block ever since he picked the Eve. It's not looking good, especially against the Gato Kacha, but right now they go into the back line with the AOG. Leonel has a win of nature to survive as well, and Garu is not getting anything, but Civ is kiting, dishing out the damage. They trade Rusi, but they get Garu in the process. Infinity get the better trade and now look to take down the Lord. It's looking dire for Entity 7 as Infinity secured themselves this Lord, and it's going to be a one-stop shop for the tier 2s as well as the inhibitor for Infinity.
And so far it is a good footing again for them. Team Infinity, they just really got into this pocket. It's not the early games that you think, even though they have the Suyo, even though they want to have a good start for Doom. But to me, it's just surprising to see that how they try to shine on just because of that one moment. They gotta flip the script in the mid of the game. Because even looking at the equipments right now, you know, Suyo, it's just putting on a somewhat of a semi tank in here. Even though you want to try to go on with penetration, at least there's a little bit of a safety net there with the Quinn's wings. But going up against Entity 7 right now with an 11-4 kill score so far, even with a 5k gold lead, it's just too much right now. What can Entity 7 do? It's just to try to defend this, at least prolong their breath a little bit to just push back. But if it doesn't work, it's basically an angle here for Team Infinity.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be an end angle. They're down to the fourth quarter. They're looking for the final 3 yards, and right now they're trying to go for it. You can see the inhibitor on the top's already taken away. The mid lane inhibitor is going to be next on the chopping block, and with the revitalize from Fanboy, making sure Infinity are able to survive. They take it down indeed. The Lord has been taken out by Entity 7, so a good defense coming through, but still they're looking for the flank. Garu was the one looking for it with the quad shadow, went and did not find anyone, so has to back off, and so are Infinity, just because there's no possibility to try and force their way and let Che drop down an RWM, which is going to be disastrous because with high ground mages, they're going to be able to defend. And right now, Leonel, ooh, he has the blood wings, and you can see he gets the damage on towards Joelcinho. And nothing here, and they're not trying to play as aggressive.
So still holding on a lot of moments here, still holding back, I might say. Question is, till when? How will this finally work? Because again, if not Infinity, they're just going to jump in.
Yeah, AOG misses, nobody home. They're trying to find the opening. Che is much more cautious when it comes to dropping down the RWM from now on. Feels like she understands after 4 different times that that's the same play that they keep going for, and it's not looking good for Entity 7 if they're backed into a corner. And I said it before, Vey, if Infinity are able to get 2 games in a row, that's the opening that they're looking for. But right now with the Wind of Nature popped after the Ogi shadow kill, Garu doesn't have the ability to pick anyone off at the moment, and that's good news for Infinity, because that means Leonel as well as Doom can walk around and can go and secure themselves the Lord right now.
Good start really for right now, Team Infinity. Oh, they're just trying to find a good footing again against Entity 7. They are in that vicinity, but right now Lucy is just starting on the fight there. Maximum charge coming in, not yet, but AOG a little bit too early. RWM helping on too.
And they can see at the same time they get a split on towards them. Lord is being completely left out, but here Leonel with the Wind of Nature still able to survive. Rusi's going to be the target, forced to flicker out as well, and the rest of Infinity turned their attention in towards the Lord. Yes, they don't have Fanboy, but the other side don't have a die potential with Marquinhos as well. But here comes Joelcinho with the shield unity trying to go to the back line, but the damage is coming through way too much from Infinity, and they have to respect that, and they have to back off, because right now they have to get the Lord. Infinity have their jungler present. Garu is not someone who wants to go in and take the Lord, not someone who wants to hack away at the Lord. He can get the steal, but with his visibility on the bot side of the map, Infinity definitely are starting to look like they're going to secure this Luminous Lord in their favor.
Very easily, very, very clean. ZZ just retreat in right on point, right on time. It's just a matter of seconds when this lord pops up. They timed it right also with the 40th second coming in quite strong also in the mid lane. It's just definitely a good time for them to just push and find the right angle. So right now, Entity 7, what can one do? What can one do to defend defensive gameplay so well? Because right now their limits are putting into the test on this moment.
Yeah, their limits are being pushed indeed. You can see right now AOG was going to come through from Fanboy, but already being used. RWM is there to try and defend. The Lord is there. Oh my goodness, ZZ gets the 1v1 out of Garu. At the same time, Lionel gets shut down by Marquinhos. This is a 1-for-1 trade. Doom has the Wind of Nature right now and feels like they want to go and try and force the end, but Entity 7 are still able to defend. A slip up coming through from Infinity. Found some cracks, and Entity 7 have capitalized, exposing them. But still, it's not looking good for their side because they don't have a single turret left. However, the next Lord, if Entity 7 are able to secure that, find some opening to take advantage of, Infinity might just lose everything that they fought for until now in this game. Oh, Kumar Bush. Joelsinho. It's a Kumar Bush, I'm telling you.
Up a fight. It's a Kumar Bush. It is an iconic bush though until it's a dedicated name on that, especially on the Baksha. But
yeah, it's a Kumar Bush. That's what they called it in MPL ID. So hey, I'm an Indian, so I'll embrace it. I'm not gonna lie.
It's basically a trademark if ever that's it's going to be brought back in. And other than that though, Entity 7 is just looking for a great opening. Just gotta be careful with that Kumar Bush opening though. And Team Infinity right now is just waiting. Yeah, okay then.
I'm just kidding.
We're really having fun with this bush, but you know what? Playing hide and seek, not as fun as ever if that Lord is not in their own hands. Because if ever Team Infinity gets this Lord, Entity 7 really gotta defend this again. But can they though? Do they have the power to do so? Because this Lord dance is definitely getting started and nobody wants to give away this Lord so easily yet. Right now, it's just trying to find a way to just probably pick someone off first. But 8, can they?
No flicker. No flicker from Che. That's clear. Go signal for Fanboy. He could just jump in right now and create ruckus at the same time. But they're looking and hacking away at the Lord. 30,000 HP. And seems like Infinity might get their hands on this one. Because you can see on the bot side, Garu is forced to go back and try and clear the wave. That makes sure that Infinity are able to secure the Lord. For once, the macro is working out in the way of Infinity. And that's thanks to their domination that came through throughout the game. And also conquering all the turrets from the side of Entity 7. The Lord is going to be up. It's going to be marching down the mid lane. It's a luminous Lord, and it's going to be strong as ever.
And definitely not as easy if everybody just grouped up in through that fight. Again, Infinity, they are pushing in last angle. If ever they let this one go again, you gotta be more cautious. You gotta buy more time for that Lord because Entity 7, they are ready to face this head on.
Yeah, AOG comes through as well. RWM has dropped down, but you can see Sif is going to be the target. He's forced to flicker out of harm's way. Joel Senior with the Tortoises Poissons buys enough time, but at the same time, you can see the back line. He goes through Rusi, buys enough. He gets taken down. However, the base crystal is going to be the target, and Infinity take game number 2 in this best of 5 and call it match point to try and move on to the playoffs.
2-0 for now. A good victory indeed. Will this be a sweep? Will it not? So let's see our highlights of today's second game. I feel like it's more cautious. It's not as cautious as game number 1. It's just more well calculated for this time. And since there are a lot of moments where they just try to pop off in the fight, I feel like the patterns are the same. Entity 7 gets a few objectives in the early game. They get to secure it quite well, but somehow they just slip up after Team Infinity go head to head with them in a 5v5 team fight. Just because of that flip, just because of amazing heroes getting picked up here and there during the draft, it just brings so much of an impact right now for Team Infinity. And since they already have this good momentum, again, as I mentioned before, it's not going to be a 3-1, it's not going to be a 3-2. Our lovely producer predicted it to a 3-0, if ever that's a good call. Hey man, why not? It's a day for clean sweeps.
Yeah, and I think it might be another clean sweep coming through with Infinity able to take the momentum from this series from the hands of Entity 7, who are the second place team in the regular season. But Infinity, I think last week was probably something that they had to shake off. And game number 1 looked like they were able to shake it off at the slightest, but game number 2, they were much more dominating compared to that of Entity 7. It's just they weren't able to find the finish, right? That's what they struggled with. But somehow, after taking Lord after Lord, 22 minutes in, they definitely got the better Lord, and they were able to take the game and ended in 23 minutes and 56 seconds. Yes, it was a long game, but I feel like that definitely gave them a lot more confidence. And now in the third game, they will have momentum in their favor, but I think they'll look at try and get a cleaner finish just so that they can have a good amount of confidence moving on to the next stages to try and face 9Z Global. So it's looking like, unless Entity 7 just pull up a crazy draft and then just take over the entire series from now.
Probably will happen, probably will not. Let's see, because you gotta really shake it off, like shake it off. Yeah.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
A little bit of song reference there. Oh, come on. You did this dance with me. You're not going to shake it off with me too here?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. No.
Kuros is picking up the songs. But, of course, we are definitely not picky for game number 3. I mean, so far, so good. Looking at the game durations, hey, probably Kronos' curse is quite coming true slowly, okay? 30-minute game, huh? And right now, looking at it at 23:51 seconds, around a 5k gold lead, almost to that. And right now, looking at the emblems, a lot of quantum charge coming in from both Infinity, knowing that Rusi and Fanboy, you just probably want to rotate even faster, or if ever they are playing on the far lane, they can just regroup as easy as ever. And looking at Entity 7 though, they play more of a solid lineup, more of a focused damage onto Garu because he is bringing on that war cry. And the other, Marquinhos and Jolcinho, you just want to play on with that concussive blast, you want to play on the tanky routes here and there. For right now, I might say itemization wise, it won't be as pressured as ever, but a little bit of a highlight here. Good for Lionel getting the Sky Piercer for the Kimmy, so it is a good investment. But for now, I think the most impactful thing that I might say during this whole evaluation of whatever happened in game 2 before, I think it's just a matter of draft. What do you think about this, Kronos? Because I don't know that if ever you can bring back the Baksha for this meta for now. But again, on paper, composition wise, it is amazing. But for now, playing wise, I don't think so it'll work.
I don't think it's like, yes, the Baksha is not the best pickup, I agree. It's really flexible and they can use it, but I just feel like the Eve was very out of place here, and so was the Lapu Lapu. It's just not working out. Like, where's the damage coming from? You're really relying on a snowball from your team. If your team's not able to snowball, it's just not going to work out. And I think Entity 7 have tunnel vision themselves into this position, and to dig themselves out, they really need to think outside the box. They really need to understand that don't try and play at the pace of Infinity, because that's what they've been doing for both the drafts, right, so far. If they do that again, then they're just digging their own grave. They're just digging deeper and deeper. Hopefully they find a way out. But you know who did find a way out? It was Fanboy, the MVP of the game by Bonoxis. And this is his first MVP of the entire MPL LATAM Season 3. Hey, so kudos to you, my man, because that Gatotkacha was absolutely insane. Just popping in the AOG at the right time. Every single time Che went for the RWM, it was a go signal for him to go through. And you can see right now, he catches 3 right there. What a play coming through from a tank. And again, at the same time, when Che pops in the RWM, that's when he went for that.
I mean, a lot of moments where it was really created just because of Fanboy jumping into Che at the RWM, as you mentioned. It didn't really cancel out, but it was a good distraction, I might say. So even though it's just over there hovering, everybody kind of have to disperse, because everybody's just trying to protect the Eve. And since everybody's there, jumping in at that right crucial moment, it was just a good wrap around the present for both of the damage dealers. They can just come in, guns blazing, or even the bow blazing, getting the kills here and there for Doom, ZZ, and also Lionel on the Kimmy. So it works well at the end of the day. So I might say, again, back at it, the most basic thing for this match, the drafts. You gotta nail that first. And you can't really just solely be responsive. If ever you don't want to do that, probably switch it up. You pick up the first instead of the second, play a little bit out of your comfort zone, or at least you want to go head-to-head with those assassin picks also, because we know that they work really well with that too. So if ever, why not?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if ever, why not is the real question, if they're able to do that. But also, I don't know. You call them. You are right in calling them masterminds, right? In the early on, before we got into the series, you said both these coaches are masterminds indeed. And I feel like at this point, Coach Tsubasa, if I'm not wrong, of Team Entity 7, has just. I think he's just thinking in too deep right now. I think not Coach Tsubasa. Sorry, Coach Tsubasa is the coach of Infinity. Coach Ray from the side of Entity 7. He's just gone too much into thinking. Like, I think he's thinking too much. Like, he's not able to execute a natural draft at this point, and that is kind of hindering the chances of Entity 7, because they're definitely a strong team. They're not a weak team by any chance, and if they're able to get the right heroes in their favor, they definitely will have an upper hand. Right now, they go to the blue side, so this could be a change of pace again compared to the previous one, but they have to keep respecting the prowess of ZZ on this Julian, and also the capability of Infinity to play around this Julian, while Infinity have just figured out the draft. Just take away the heroes of Garu, which is the Fanny, which is the Joy, and now you're putting them in a difficult position.
I mean, right now it's just a matter of respect, because, like, again, you gotta prioritize 4, 5 even junglers. So if ever you still want to make that Baxia work, take away all of the jungle assassins, but the Hayabusa is still there. If ever you still want to pick that up, you can. A niche of a Ling and a Lancelot still can happen if ever you want to force on that assassin just for the sake of an assassin. It's going to be hard, but at least it's there. But
keep dreaming,
since
babe.
Entity 7 keep dreaming, and for Entity 7 first pick there, it is the Harith and Team Infinity though. Flipping the script here. Ooh.
Will it be flipped though? That's the question, right? Will it really be flipped? Because yes, they are looking for it. will they find it? Because if you ask me, I can't believe my eyes. They let go of the Herod this time, expecting that Herod will come their way. But oh, look what they've done. They've taken the Boxia and they have picked up the Phoveus as well. I like the Boxia being picked up here because you have the inbuilt anti-heal against the Herod, so you're kind of preventing that from happening. But going for the Phoveus early on, yes, it's a strong hero, but I also would have preferred an Esmeralda here, right? Just because you're just completely shutting down the Herod at that point.
If ever you really want to go through that, oh yeah. Oh wait, there is a chance if ever you want to go to like very tanky heroes at first. Never mind, Loi's just being picked up. I wanted to go creative of like Harith can be flexed to the mid and if ever they pick up a carry. But since we've got a glimpse of like a lot of diversion plays coming in with Loi, you want to answer that with the Angela with a fast teleportation and also the hard guard. So a thicker version of a Baxia. And no Benedetta to melt it down. Again, this is very creative, and if ever you want to try to like think of the draft, it's so far really working. Ha, no link.
I mean, it could have been flexed with this Boxy in the wrong position, put the Angela in the mid lane, so they didn't want to take their chances. But then again, like, am I wrong in saying that Coach Ray Ray is thinking in too deep at this point? Because I don't see why you gotta ban out the Ling. It's okay, take your chances.
Ling Angela.
I think Ling is yeah, I mean, still, you can still take your chances, right? You can lock in the Esmeralda. Yes, you're kind of having troubles with the Baxia and stuff around, but I really think, yes, Ling is strong, but I mean, in the pro scene, I don't see why Ling cannot be stopped right now, because Ling is just doesn't have it at the moment, especially against a strong team. So, and I don't think Entity 7 are not strong. Entity 7 are definitely strong. That's why I say, like, I don't see the reason why they need to ban out the Ling. But the Xborg taken away is a good shot just because of how Xborg is slowly making his way back into the meta. I feel like he definitely will, probably around the time of the MSC or maybe even slightly after. But here, if any one of these teams want to see that, they definitely need to get the win here, especially Infinity take this game and then call it a victory, and Entity 7 needs to find a way to make that reverse sweep possible. The Granger being banned out, no poke's going to be on the table. Here, a gold lane presence is what is required, and Irritol's a great shot, but the Moskov is the best option again.
I agree with the Moskov if ever, since there's no Granger coming in, but it doesn't close off the possibility if ever Team Infinity they wanna go head to head for that. Okay, a carry. I mentioned a carry, but I thought it was for Entity 7 to be honest. So if ever they don't wanna other than the Gatot Kacha, or a high loss probably can be picked up by Entity 7. They're not afraid. This kind of shows that you need an early damage dealer for Team Infinity, or else it's just going to be a late game stopper because it's going to be hard. You don't have someone to just go head to head with that. Oh,
they could just slot in the Jawhead in the wrong position. Yeah, they could just slot the Jawhead in the wrong position and then just put the Gatot Kacha in the EXP. But, oh, they go with the other route, put the Gatot Kacha in the wrong position, get the CC in the EXP lane. You get a direct counter to the Phoveus and the Hayabusa to just melt down the Angela or the carry. And now Infinity are looking to play around the Angela. Probably lock themselves something in the... Wait... They have options here, not gonna lie. They can put it, they can go EXP, they can go roam, they can go mid lane. They have options for days. They could even go something in the jungle if they wish to do so.
You know, at this point, looking at 4 of these heroes being revealed by Team Infinity, for me, Coach Ray Ray banning out the Ling is just really smart. Because with this composition, and you want to go early aggressive, you really need the Ling for that. But since there's none of Franco being popped up, this is really tanky. This is really tanky.
What are we looking at? This is a pocket pick coming out from Infinity, taking the Franco in their favor. And I'm not gonna lie, I definitely want to see this work out for Infinity. No bias, just because I like these out of meta picks. I like these pocket picks working through, and the Franco pairs up really well with the carry, goes well with the Angela. I just noticed Angela's eyes are so creepy, man. Check it out.
Chibi eyes.
You caught me
It's
off
big.
guard. Yeah.
Yeah. It's big and wide, unlike mine. Anywho, the carry, though, it's going to be hard, though, for Doom in this match, to be honest, because, like, you gotta really funnel all of that gold, and if ever a babysitting Franco should be an answer here, you gotta rotate fast to the gold lane, because you gotta rotate fast into the game, because we are coming in hot. Match point of the second match of the day here, Entity 7 versus Team Infinity. Still with me, Faye and Kronos at your service at the English desk. And right now, will this be a 3-0? Let's see, because Fanboy, wow, early spicy start.
He gets himself the hook, man. This guy just got a random hook right off the bat before you could even finish your intro way. I'm telling you, that means Infinity will have a lot of pressure. But Entity 7, they can just go at a slow pace and just render this Franco useless.
And again, since their lineup is like this, it's really heavy on Doom. Just really centralized on Doom. And if ever seeing a carry can at least have a little bit of space going up against Shiv, Ani Harith, which is a good early start. But if ever mid game, though, Entity 7 will be more powerful since they highlighted more in the early to mid. For Team Infinity, though, it's mid to late, or like late. So you gotta put that out somehow and try to neutralize it, or just find a mid soft spot for them. Because if ever you can't, it's going to be hard. But again, Team Infinity, they're just really good at team fights. Let's see how Entity 7, can they face it or not for this time.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that. They are really playing for a late game composition. Yes, they're super tanky, but look at the fact that there's no damage apart from Doom, right? And they're really relying on him to carry the entirety of the team. And they need Baksha, they need ZZ to dominate this early game along with the rest of Infinity. If they're not able to dominate this early game, then it's gonna be really difficult for them to try and make a comeback. But you can see the diversion of the top side going through. The quad shadow comes in as well, and they're taking down Joel Cena quite low, but the Revitalize making sure he survives. They get their hands on the turtle. Infinity get first blood as they take down Joel Cena. Garu is going to be the next target. They go with the shield unity as well. At the same time, Infernal Pursuit is there, and they have the hard guard on top of it, but the disperser rotation is able to secure Rusi's kill. But now they go in with the bloody hunt as well on top of Marquinhos, as they trade 2 for 1, and Infinity even get the turtle, finally checking all the boxes that they need to in the early game.
And since their conditions are not so much in the early game, and getting this good start is basically working wonders for them. And looking at Doom, already 5th level, already rotating, already just finding ways to just like outmaneuver Andy Harris, because like Shiv is as fast as ever too. So you gotta try and put that into occasion, because you know what, your favorite Kumar Bush right now is just eyeing for a good target for Fanboy to just pull in. It's a little bit more of a hide and seek gameplay against the Franco, and also the diversion play of the Luoyi. So if ever they want to try to start, it's going to be starting right now.
Oh, Ziv taken out so low, and they get the kill on towards Doom as well. That's going to be good, but Garu goes into the quad shadow. Ogi shadow kills, able to secure Doom. That's not good news for Infinity, but you can see with the help of the hard guard, ZZ is the one dishing out the damage as they take down Joel Senio. 3 for 1 trade, so still in the benefit of Infinity. As you can see, Rusi somehow is able to get a lot more damage on towards Marquinhos, while it should be the other way around.
And you know what, Team Infinity, they've got this good early start in their pocket because all eyes are on the turtle next. Even though Entity 7, they have powerful early heroes like the Yin and Yang combination of the Loi, Garu on the Hayabusa. The question is, I don't think that this is enough to chunk anybody down from Team Infinity, knowing that all of them are just as chunky as ever.
Yeah, they definitely are quite tanky and chonky boys, but here Garu might get caught out with a puppet on a string, goes for the Ogi Shadow Kill to run away, but the Infernal Pursuit catches them in place as he gets taken down. Lionel's on a killing spree on an Angela 303, and right now with the Infernal Pursuit they're doing a lot of damage on towards Marquinhos, who's not having the best of times against the Phoveus on a CC, so I can't believe I'm really saying that. So you can see the individual plays, the capabilities of having their micros working out for Infinity. But here you can see that right now they go for the diversion plays. The Monforce already dropped down. Doom is there trying to go back with the help of the Hard Guard, able to survive. And right now they might really get something with the help of the Speedy Light Wheels, but gets taken down. And now Lionel left standing as Doom is down and out. But meanwhile, on the back line, ZZ was able to take out Joelsinho as well. And the dispersion rotation, the damage being done. But again, Marquinhos next on the chopping block as Infinity. Lionel is able to get that kill. 403 on an Angela. Out of all heroes, this Angela is definitely creeping up on in towards Infinity or Entity.
You gotta be careful because like I feel like it at that moment it was a little bit of a misstep because you're overextending into the turret, but right now you're just definitely not overextending into this fight because it is really caught off guard. 1v4 and Doom is really on fire on this carry.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good for them right now for Entity 7. Infinity have done the early game justice that they needed and now given the space to Doom to start shredding the rest of Entity 7 down. And after a while, Lionel's only gonna hard guard Doom, right? Because he's the one who's solely gonna dish out a lot of damage. And I feel like that moment is probably going to come when Doom reaches the level 12 power spike. He only has about one and a half items as of now. And once he builds to where, once he gets to Trinity, it's going to be a problematic. As you can see right now, they get the Bloody Hunt on towards Joelsinho. AOG runs away. And that's thanks to the fact that Doom doesn't have his items yet. That could have been disastrous for Entity 7.
If ever Doom has his items, that's going to be a very spicy thing to face head on because right now Entity 7, they're just trying their best to defend. Even at this point, it's not like game number 1 or 2 that at least they can still get the outer turrets of both top and bottom lane. But right now, it's just looking for a miracle play because sandwich gameplay. Front to back.
Yeah, you can see right now they're trying to make it happen, but Zaman Forcer dropped down, but with the help of the hard guard, Civ is not able to do any sort of damage. And here comes ZZ as well as they take down Joelsinho, and Lionel's on a killing spree. 504. Someone stop this Angela, because I don't know, it looks like an assassin in disguise.
See, Chronos, kill stealing is an art, but you know what? At least they get the good objectives from this point here. And right now, Team Infinity, 7 kills ahead. And even, I think this is a free turtle for them for this game. Correct me if I'm wrong though. But since it is going to be a clean one right now, no fights whatsoever, it's a really good start. A diversion play trying to be triggered by Entity 7, but no initiations yet whatsoever because they know they don't have the upper hand yet so far right now. So Team Infinity, they're just cruising their way in. But Garu though, finding a solution, at least a split push going on in the front lane.
Yeah, they definitely have some sort of split push capability coming through, and that's also thanks to the global ultimate from the Angela. And you can see Hardguard goes on top of Rusi right now, goes for the Infernal Pursuit as well. Joelsinho has been the target, has to use the AOG just to run away. He's not having a good time. And now they're moving like a unit. It's a 4-1 split coming through from Infinity, where they have Lionel split one lane and the other 4 group up together. Move it like an Ube composition with the help of a Bloody Hunt that can look and suppress down a hero from Entity 7. And then you have enough AoE coming through as well from Azizi and Rusi. It is a winning formula that Infinity have brewed themselves.
Infinity trying to press in from the top lane here, but a little bit too deep. Not too deep, apparently. Che being the main target here.
Che gets taken down immediately, and that's all thanks to ZZ, but the help of the hard guard. And now you can see Doom is finally online. He has the damage. They don't really care. They can go under the turret just to take down Civ. 3 down and out. And look at the gold lead. It's only 3k. It's not like Entity 7 cannot make it back up, but they need to find ways to move around the map, and they're doing so as Garu is able to get the split and get the tier 2 on the bot side. But Infinity now will turn their attention in towards the Lord as they are looking to secure that objective. But they have 4 members around as well. Entity 7 will try and contest, but Marquinhos just doesn't have the damage. And now with the curtain call being used, Doom wants to go for the kill. He is so hungry. But on the bot side, you can see Ogi Shadow comes out. Will Lionel be able to survive? Garu finally able to find the shutdown. As now Entity 7, Garu, no quad shadow. He's trying to find a way out. He goes through, but wait, what is he? What was he trying to do?
I think for the sake of not getting a kill, but since the Angela damage was there, lingered on not long enough, so, well, that happened. Anywho, Team Infinity, they're just really trying to push in because they got that momentum. You're -1 someone from Entity 7. 3 lane push is just a great way to start in because they are starting from the bottom lane. Zoning even Marquinhos out. This is going to be hard. Marching from the top and even slowly chunking a lot of turret damage and a lot of objectives in the mid lane because so far they haven't even touched these turrets yet. So it'll be good for a start here because Entity 7, they just really gotta put on.
They gotta be patient. If they're patient, they might be able to just end it all in one go.
But looking at how Team Infinity plays and the level of discipline ever since how Coach Tsubasa came in and coaches them, it's just way different. Even though they have the potential to end, even though they do have the power to end, they don't want to because they want that secure push. They want that secure win. So at least if you want to start that securely, you gotta wait for that Lord. You gotta wait for 41 more seconds at least on that clock. So waiting for the right moment is also a key. So unless of being patient, as you said, it's just a matter of time on like what they want to do. Clear waves, set it out right, or if ever you don't those mini resources, you can't really run them out because you have a very active Garu trying to push in.
Oh my god, no, no, Ogi shadow kill, and Doom just went crazy. He saw that no quad shadow, no Ogi shadow kill, and Doom did not hesitate. He flickered forward and just melted down Garu with the speedy light wheels, and just before the Lord and Infinity were camping there for a reason as well, knowing that he'll be going through. But right now you can see they go on towards Joel. Senior Bloody Hunt already used. Infernal Pursuit coming out from Rusi as well. Hard guard should be on top of Doom, not being used, but saving Rusi at the right time. Vengeance is already popped out from Marquinhos as well. This is all good news for Infinity, and it's gonna be long enough for the Lord to come through, and they will be able to take this game in one fell swoop if it all works out. But here the diversion play come through. Fanboy spots that as well. Garu as well as Chase there, but the retribution is not on point. Joacino gets caught out. Revitalize just prolonging the inevitable. He goes through the Winter Crown, but right now with the Yogi Shadow kill, Doom goes down, and Rusi is able to survive as they find Fanboy, and Civ is able to dish out that damage. And now Marquinhos zoning them away, and the rest of Entity 7 are looking to march down mid lane, and Doom is present.
Definitely present as ever, because you know what, Kronos is just prolonging their little breaths Right now, 3v5, not an easy fate to go. No Lord, also hard guard coming in, and even tanking out a lot more damage.
Take down.
Summon Force.
They take down the
AOG?
inhibitor in the mid lane. Zaman Force drop down. AOG already being used, but one after another. The Ogi Shadow kills there, but look at Garu. He wants to take the base crystal. He knows it's the only opportunity he'll find, but he go for the bloody hunt, and they take him down. Civ is trying to shut the damage as well. ZZ's down and out, but you can see Doom has the damage. They go through using that diversion, able to make it out of harm's way. As you can see the speedy light will follow in. Who's he going to go on towards? Nobody. As the top side inhibitor still somehow survives.
Too far.
Just one small mistake from Infinity, where the fight was split into two in the Lord Pit, and they paid the price.
It was a very hard look to see, but Infinity death timers were just basically in their hands, was just coming into a very good timing, and seeing how they're able to still unlock this, and I feel like they can shake it off this little measure. It's a little hiccup for them, so it's still good in their hands, but again, to late game now, to everyone, even looking at the equipments, most of them are almost full, just missing one or two items and still building onto it. It's just a matter of moment, a matter of momentum of whoever can flip them out. Because Entity 7 is just finding a right moment to just jump in. It's Garu knowing that let's just try to entry late. No Liar, no Dune. What can Team Infinity do? If you aim at Rusi, it's going to be a little bit hard, but at least no Rusi, there's -1 menace of a frontliner. So all you need to do is just to wait for the right moment, because Team Infinity, they are strong in team fights. Definitely not an easy threat for Entity 7 to just finish as easily as they can think of it. So you gotta wait for the right moment.
Yeah, they had to be patient. Patience is an absolutely important key in these games. And now it looks like Infinity have backed themselves into a corner, and Doom, being a single target hero, is not looking good for them. And oh my god, Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, but Window of Nature has popped. As you can see, they use the power of the diversion to try and clear out the wave. And now they turn their attention in towards the Lord, which is looking good for Entity 7. But here comes ZZ with the Shield Unity as well. 20,000 HP. I think they want to contest this Lord. At the same time, Zaman Force drop down. 7,000 HP. Hard Guard is there. They miss out on the Retribution as Garu's the one to get it. But they go for the Bloody Hunt onto where Joel Senior. AOG is there to create the separation. But Rusi goes in for the Infernal Pursuit as they're not able to find a single one. Rusi's the only one to fall down. Lord in the hands of Entity 7. And now this looks like it'll be turned around, because they have to go and try and defend the base crystal. That's a lot of cannon minions coming through as the rest of Entity 7 are marching down, and they want to call it an end as Garu's looking for the base crystal. They go in for the Ogi Shadow Kill, try and survive as they find ZZ with his Zaman Force drop down. Entity 7 steal a game away from Infinity.
Goodness gracious, cancelled out the match point, and getting the first point here for today's match. So at least we are unlocking game number 4 for today's second match. And I'm pretty sure camera's not on yet. Kronos is just smiling very big. But throughout that smile, we're just looking at happy moments here in the highlights. Infinity, they are already on the top. It was a very big swing if ever they want to try to finish this, which they had the entry, but just because of a one slip up, they couldn't handle Entity 7 after that slip up. It was a very hard sight to see, and even leading up to the end, it's just all minions coming in. Minion waves and also resources wasn't handled as well as in the early game leading up to the mid. That leads to their downfall. Even though they have 4 members still alive in that team, even though they win in that team fights, they know how to do so. But at the end of the day, Entity 7 was just able to see through those cracks, see through those little small roads to hack away and get a point in this match.
Yeah, it was just absolutely just a slight mistake coming out from Infinity. Otherwise, they would have been able to take the game. it was looking so good for them. They were able to get the perfect snowball, but right towards that last Lord fight, it just all hell broke loose, and Entity 7 thriving in the chaos, we're just able to come out on top.
And wow, we good game. And that was because of momentum. Really, see, look at that grid, look at that 3-1 grid, a 3-1 potential grid right there. You must be happy.
Let's see, it might happen. It might, bro. It just might.
Wowee.
Let's
Guess of the MVP? Third game, Kronos. What do you think?
I think MVP. This game is kind of difficult to call, to be honest.
Yeah.
Everyone really played their role right in a way, but if you take a look at the emblems, everything was looking good. Nothing out of the crazy. Doom here though went for the Master Assassin. I'm not sure if that was the right play. Should have gone for a tenacity. Could have helped survive a little longer in team fights, but I mean, it's okay. But who can really be the MVP out of everyone? If you ask me, Marquinhos the only one with a great KDA. Garu did quite a bit with the Hayabusa, but she was the one who kind of dished out a lot of damage. I'll be honest, it's really difficult picking an MVP from Entity 7. Even with the way the game went out till the end, I would still want to give MVP to like Infinity if that's even possible, because Lionel was an absolute monster on this Angela.
And again, with a lot of kills in the early game, a lot of support, and I mean, the timing of choosing the right call where to just teleport with the hard guard was good enough. But so far, right now, it doesn't really seem bringing out the Baksha is a good idea. I mean, in this match, drafting wise, on paper, it just works really well, but in experience though, in execution wise in the game, it's just really hard to do so, even so you're leading up until the late game. Because looking at the draft at Team Infinity, it's just all funneled into Doom. All of the main damage going to be dealt against Entity 7 is just all in the hands of Doom. And if ever he's not there, if ever he is taken down for it, it's just gone poof like that. So again, for now, I don't know why that lots of these teams are just trying to make the Baksha work. If ever they want to call it a so-called experiment, it's kind of risky in the league and also in the tournament right now. Yeah, but if ever match number 4, bring back those assassins, go head to head with it. Why not? Both are strong. Again, if ever we get to see that, I feel like the playing style will shift for both of these teams. Like more brawly, more fights coming in. Probably that.
Yeah, I mean, the meta hasn't shifted that much yet. So, you know, it hasn't shifted that much yet for them to bring back the Baksha so quick. Especially not a priority pick. But oh, here, the MVP for this game gonna be Garu, even though he didn't have the best KDA. And hey, this is his first MVP of the entire season as well. That's good for him, to be honest.
Ooh, congrats, of course. For me, Garu deserves this MVP because of some of the moments, not because that he has an aggressive Hayabusa trying to hunt down a lot of kills in the early game. It's just more to the focus of, like, other than this moment where Lionel was just picked off, it's also making a greater impact on how he tries to split push, how he tries to outmaneuver everyone, how he tries to play into that far lane. I feel like because of that highlight here, you can really just talk about that. That was a great impact play, even though Entity 7 was just really suppressed down going up against Infinity. So at least there's a little bit of a glimmer of a hope. At least they get a few turrets, but at the end of the day, it was stopped. But because of that one lucky moment, just of that, they won. Wow.
Yeah, and it's just the way that one small fight can just completely turn the tides, right? And that's what Entity 7 did. Although you can say it came down to like a really tight finish towards the end. It just might be it just might not really shake Infinity to the core, because before the game started, while the draft, we were talking about, I was talking about how first game was kind of like dominating, second game not completely dominating, game number one was a little up and down, the second game was completely up and down. I think third game they wanted to end on a clean finish. They tried to with that kind of a draft. Just I think that one small mistake completely turned the tides around, and then they realized that, hey, we don't have a damage dealer present if we really need to dish out damage like when we're supposed to defend. And that's when I think Entity 7 realized the same thing and just went completely crazy, just try and zone out Doom from the fights. And the more Doom is not present in the fights, the lesser damage that they will receive. And of course, try to split the fight apart by pulling and reeling in Rusi as much as they can, and then just completely isolating him from the rest of the team. And that's what they did towards the end, and it worked out. So hopefully in game number 4 they don't go with the similar kind of a draft, because again, that Franco and the Boxia doesn't really work out, does it? Like, yeah, Franco's okay, but again, the Boxia, if it was any other jungler, or any other roamer at that point, could have worked out, right, Bay?
Again, back to the compositions wise, because a lot of creative picks that coming in here and there, and because it really shows that both of these coaches, they just really want to respect. They just don't want that quote-unquote hindrance of the junglers, because both can work well. So again, with the same temple bans, no more Julian, no more Hanzo, no more Joy, no more Fanny. So no more Suyo, if ever you want to close that. Suyo and Hayabusa, if ever, still a viable option pick. But if you still prioritize onto that, Entity 7 though can get the Kimi. And see, I feel like this is what I talked about in the second game. If they really want to win, at least bring a new color, at least bring a new different perspective, instead of just simply reacting to the drafts. It kind of shows that after switching though, Team Infinity, they just really want to try to follow it up, even though it is their own style, even though they want to try to win in a clean sweep. But it is also hard to not to react, knowing that there is something that you can potentially do better later on. So a little bit of homework here and there to just watch out. So Entity 7, after banning out the Angela, knowing that it is a menace, first pick, Harris and Ranger is still wide open if ever they want to pick it up. But turns out it is a little bit of a swerve. You want to get that at the Suyo.
Yeah, at this point, the Suyo is probably one of the best heroes right now in the jungle, apart from the Hayabusa. And Garu tried the Hayabusa. I don't think he's comfortable with it. Can go for the Suyo. Suyo kind of fares well against the Hayabusa also. And knowing that Infinity probably are not going to play a backline heavy composition. So if a Boxia is being picked up right now, definitely not good against the Suyo. He has the ability to use the Soul Sever. But they get themselves the Harith indeed in the hands of Doom, who kind of carried game number 1. So at this point, it's like Boxia, worst win rate, Harith, best win rate. They're kind of balancing it out. I'm not sure why Infinity are doing that. But yeah, Vey, do you see a reason for this Boxia being picked up instantly? I really don't.
Trial and error.
I feel like Zask is coming right now, no?
Yeah, if ever that's the solution that they want to try to bring. But if a Zask being brought up right now,
Jushin, though.
Yeah, no, it kind of canceled out that fact that if ever the Boxia being picked up not as good, it kind of balanced in with the Harith. But since there's a Jushin, you want to bring out the Zask. So it's just like balancing back here and there. I don't know how they would want to try to play this up, because if ever they want to bring out the Zas and also the Harris, it's just a very full focus on a magical damage, which works wonders against the Suyo, but you want to swerve a little bit there. CC is being picked up. This is for the EXP lane, so Baksha is a potential either roamer or jungler for now.
Yeah, and they kind of needed a lot more physical damage, so that's why they locked in the CC as soon as possible. Otherwise, locking in the Zask would have meant 3 magic damage dealers, and then they would really need to slot this Boxia in the EXP lane. But still, I mean, yes, Kalea is left open. Moscow is a really good ban, so that Doom can dish out some damage. But here, Kalea should be a good shout to ban out if they are Entity 7.
No more Moscow. What would be fun here, to be honest? Because I'm trying to think of creative ways to just go head to head with this.
They gotta ban out the Zask because
No
it's been
Zas.
working out so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good read for that. More to respect also. So, Farsha? If you want to go head to head, at least you have the range. But it doesn't really work well because you're going up against a Gatot Kacha. You can just be jumped in at any time given. But I don't close off the idea. So at least it's not just Doom on the Harith. Again, the same idea of not funneling all of the responsibility of damage just to him. No Benedetta, which is good. So at least nobody is there to disrupt the Harith in the midst of a Zaman force. And last bando, Carry? Moskov? Oh, Moskov is already banned. Carry?
No, they don't need to ban the carry because
Harith.
they need to take out a mid laner that could be a problem to the Dushin. And I think it's got to be a Sicilian, right? At this point, you might want to ban out a Sicilian. Oh, but they still take out the Hilda. Thinking the Hilda could be in the role position. Yeah, I think Hilda. No, I think Hilda is a really good ban here, just because of the fact that they're lacking physical damage and they really need that to come through. And Hilda is the only one that could have been really troublesome. Put in the roam position, put Boxy in the jungle. Oh, they go for the Florin in the roam position. Unless there's gonna be Florin mid lane, that Infinity just throw us off guard just because of the fact that Lionel can play supports in the mid lane.
Okay, since it is a good draft here so far, very magic centrist wise.
Oh my god, the Masha?
Oh my goodness.
What are they cooking?
Okay, last.
Just gonna.
At this point,
I
don't even wanna. At this point, I don't even want to try to predict as much because I just wanna enjoy these picks here for both of our coaches. Yeah, Granger.
Oh,
Wan. Who? Curtain call?
I mean, no,
just for the sake of a curtain call?
No, I think the 1-1 is good against the box. Yeah, yes. Uranus? I mean, yes and no, because you have like now you have a lot of magic damage. Wait a second.
Fanboy Rome, Doom Gold, Mid CC. ZZ.
No, you're kidding me, bro. They really catching me. No. What?
That was brought up. Wait, I gotta think in my brain. Is it in the Philippines or is it in ID? Wait. I gotta jog a little bit of my memory. But it did pop up. It did pop up. It did pop up. Week 1, 2, or 3. It's around that
That's a long time ago.
but I forgot what region. Yeah, but I forgot what region. It did pop up, but let's see how it works in LATAM, everybody. Welcome to the Land of Dawn once again. Match number 2, game number 4. Will this be match point or will this be equalized? Let's see, because it is a best of 5 series first from Entity 7 versus Team Infinity.
Well, we'll find out how this mid lane CC will work out because they have floor indefinitely, and I think the CC is definitely looking to build full damage. But definitely not getting the benefit of the doubt in the mid lane. But here, Revitalize already popped, come through with the shield unity. ZZ is able to create the space, but again, the Revitalize making sure that Che is able to survive. Lionel just getting poked down so much. And you can see why we don't like to play melee heroes in the mid lane, because you're just going to get zoned out so much by a mage.
And looking at their position, so right now, so far so good for Entity 7, because Garu has been stealing here and there for objectives, because you will definitely farm faster than ZZ. But for ZZ, at this point, it's just like whatever you do, I just want to tank good. I just want to tank well. So it's still a great start so far. No aggressive plays yet, but knowing that Che on the Tucson, it's a definite Sky Piercer getting built up later on. So I think it's more like a mind game again. Okay. Bit of a mind game. I thought Rusi was on a gold lane with the Uranus. Never mind, sorry guys. So that's why I kind of stopped a little bit. But since it is somewhat of a dead lane here for the EXP lane, it won't work as much wonders though, but a good way to chunk down Marquinhos and also Joelsinho at the same time, because you have that early advantage as a Uranus. So it's just finding a good moment to just stomp into that turtle right there, but Garu gets to take it away.
Nah, he just stole it right under his nose with the Retribution, right? But here you can see the crossbow of Tang is unlocked on towards Zoom, but he's able to dash around. Zaman forces drop down as well. He might actually take down Civ, but Joelsinho comes into the party, so Doom will have to back off. And at the moment, Infinity are not looking good with the way they lost out on the turtle, and now kind of getting like a little doubts in the gold lane from Doom's position at the moment. Oh.
Right now. So Team Infinity.
Yeah, definitely will. Definitely will, because you can see this Masha is kind of keeping Rusi in check in the lane as well, right? Giving a reason to kind of like getting him burst down. But also, if you look at it, it is a straight thunderclap away from taking out Fanboy in just one shot, right? All Marquinhos has to do in the team fight is just completely ignore everyone, just go on towards Fanboy. And here you can Doom is going to be the target for Entity 7 with a 4-man rotation on the bot side, but you can see Lionel gets the current call on towards Joelsinho, but here comes the Vengeance as well. AOG is there just to catch him in place, and oh my goodness, the Bloom was too little too late, and they take down the physical damage dealer present on the side of Lionel. And now all Entity 7 have to do is build Radiant armors with a Dreadnought armor, and Infinity is rendered completely useless.
Because there is a lot of like magic damage coming in from them, so it would be easier if ever they just, well, again, respect on building that. But again, about team composition wise, I don't really understand why they want to try to force up the Boxia again and again, but seeing how they want to try to play sustain and seeing how Doom is on the Harris so far, it is in a good streak. But let's see if ever this streak is strong enough to uphold that, because you know what, this fight is just coming in.
Rusi. 2 thunderclaps on towards Rusi, and he's taken out so low. Garu's there as well, along with Marquinhos. And now Fanboy really needs to do quite a lot with the heals, time his heals properly as well. But Rusi is just garnering so much attention. Pops the Purify as well to try and survive. But the Bloom coming out from Fanboy, making sure it's already used. The Turtle is going to be the target for Infinity, but Marquinhos in the back line. Rusi is garnering so much attention, but they take away the Turtle nonetheless. And ZZ wants to go on to Garu right now. Jolson is going to be the target. He gets taken down as the Lantern from Che is just controlling these team fights. But Rusi is doing such a great job on this Uranus. Meanwhile, Doom on the bot side, trying to get a fast clear and be as annoying as possible, and proxying the waves, and should be able to take down the tier 1 on the bot side.
So far, so good here. Infinity, though, they get more space in the map, coloring a little bit more red, even though Entity 7 is more aggressive, which is quite unique, unlike the games before that we've seen, that they waited Entity 7 to just rise up and then they go for a team fight. Probably they realize with this composition, they can't really like always face this with head on, so they want to try to go with this strategy instead. But since both EXP are always busy though, it's going to take a while for this game to actually like finish up until the end.
Yeah, and so far it's dead even if you ask me. Infinity slowly finding their footing, but the way it continues, once Radiant Armors are on the board, Entity 7 are just going to start running away with the game. But here comes ZZ with the shield unity, and they're looking to catch Joel Cena. Zaman Force already dropped down, forcing out the AOG. Finally gets the Flask of the Oasis in the hands of Fanboy, and that means the heal is going to be a big factor right now, as the rest of Entity 7 will have to back off, respecting the heal and the sustain coming out from Infinity. But I'm not really sure if sustain's the name of the game right now, because you can see the taunt coming through as well, and there's the Bloom. But Rusi goes in, tries to buy enough time. The crossbow of tanks already unlocked, but ZZ ate a lot of damage, and the only ultimate that wasn't used is the crossbow of tank. Meanwhile, the top side, Marquinhos hacking away at the turret. Tier 1 taken down at the top side. Doom drops down the Zaman Force. He's able to catch Che off guard as she'll get taken down, and now they get the turtle in their hands as well. They're looking to try and get the snowball in their favor, only if it works out. Only if they're able to continue to keep putting and piling up the pressure, because Marquinhos is going to be the next target.
Next target indeed. A bit of a long road to circle around to escape, but that's just the way you get caught in the midst of everything, to be honest, at this point. And looking at Team Infinity, so far so good for a good early start. It is not as high as a kill score yet, but right now though, Entity 7, they also find a good footing here. No one is taking over anywho so far yet. Again, they really focus on the objectives they can try to take. Mirror though, for forcing team fights, ZZ is definitely on the hunt.
Oh yeah, Marquinhos goes on towards Lionel. Vengeance already popped, and here comes the AOG as well at the same time. Bloom is already being used. Rusi's going to be the target, and now they catch 4 into place, but you can see the beacon coming out as well. The damage is being done. Joel Senior is down and out with the help of Lionel. Zaman forces drop down to take out Marquinhos as well. Rusi still goes down as Civ should be next on the chopping block with the help of the shield unity. ZZ is able to pick it up for himself, and now they find 3-for-1 trade. Infinity are ahead of the 8 ball, and now slowly starting to pull away from the goal lead as well. 1.5k in their favor.
And right now, Team Infinity is definitely putting on a single push
Zaman
here.
Force.
Garu finding a good moment here. Zaman Force baited out, but no other resources that are going to be pushed out or even forced up another team fight, because it is not worth it if ever you want to try to tower dive with a Gacha present right there. Even Lionel is just scouting out here and there, because only Marquinhos has the potential to just try to split push and try to be a menace here and there. Because in the middle though, the midst of everything, I feel like there's a little bit of a fight that they can start if ever they want to try to get this Lord right here. Josinho taking on that moment, trying to even start, because ZZ is just right there trying to take away with that. Che?
Yeah, he is, but they go on towards Che, forcing out the beacon as well, and that is good news. No Purify for Che at the same time. Now they're looking to take down the tier 1 in the mid lane, but still somehow being defended. Marquino on the top side, meanwhile adding pressure on the map. The taunt coming through on towards Rusi, but he's a Uranus. That's what he wants you to do. And Civ right now has to unlock the crossbow of Tang. He's the only physical damage dealer that could dish out quite a lot. Garu looking to flank, but look at Zoom just zoning them away by dropping down the Zaman Force. Civ is going to be the target, as well as Joeltinho, as they're able to secure the Lord. Marquino gets the tier 2 on the top side, so able to trade something in return indeed. And now goes with a thunderclap on towards Rusi, taking out the last bar of HP. Might be going down. Another thunderclap comes through as Rusi is able to survive. He tanks a lot of the damage, but another thunderclap coming into place. But you can see he gets taken down with the help of the Bloom, able to out-sustain Marquinhos on the Masha. And here, dropping down Zaman. Force they take away Che. Absolute carnage coming through in the mid lane as well. And now ZZ is trying to go to the back line. This is the opening that Infinity were looking for. And this might be the way they end it all. Because now they have 11 minutes into the game, taking down the tier 2. The taunt coming on towards Rusi. And now popping in the holy defense in the mid lane. The Lord is marching down slowly from the top side. Infinity have the advantage.
A good advantage indeed. Will this actually be the last of it for today's match? Because Rusi is definitely tanking a lot of damage, though not worth so much yet. Finding an opening here and there from the mid and also the bottom lane, because Team Infinity is definitely trying to push in.
Crossbow. Oh yeah, crossbow of Tang is unlocked, but at the same time, you can see AOG comes through. Joeltinho gets taken down, as so as Marquinhos. They lose 2, even after throwing every single thing at Rusi. He didn't even pop the Purify. He was ready to tank in the crossbow of Tang, and now finally uses it when the Lantern comes through. Another set of minion waves coming down the mid lane. Civ is taken out below half HP. He has this Inspire, but will it be useful if there's no crossbow of Tang? And now they come through. They take down the mid lane inhibitor, and they're targeting the base crystal. Doom drops in Zaman Force. Bloom is being used as well. Che gets taken down, and so is Garu. The base crystal should be the target, but they take down Civ, and now without the minions being present, they still take the base crystal. Infinity are able to make it a 3-1 and move on in the lower brackets in the playoffs, while the side of Entity 7 will have to bow out of the competition.
Closing the battle of the masterminds, a 3-1, and definitely a worthy gameplay. And with this win, they are able to rise above the unknown against the powerful entities. Furthermore, to able to go infinity and beyond. And even right now, to see the highlights of today's game, a great closing for a 3-1, proving us wrong, knowing that the Baksha can work out too, if as long as the moment is right. And Team Infinity is just basically the team to come and prove it, because it happened. Game 3 was just a bit of a slip up. So at the end of the day, they still can make this Baksha work, even though it is not in the meta, even though it's probably not comfortable, but they made it. And even looking at these highlights, I still stand by what I say, that it is really heavily dependent on Doom to do so, because like all the damage is just full blown on him. But since everybody was able to create the space, since that whole that Bloom, that healing just basically gives out to everybody to sustain quite well, and even leading up to the end, no one can tank that much damage dished out by Doom. So it's a clear win. And even up until the late, with just a little bit of the minions left, they were able to clean out everything and to close out the game here for 3-1. Definitely congratulations for the team that have won, and congratulations Kronos for getting his predictions right.
Woo! Let's go. I finally got one prediction after 2.5 months long of MPL LATAM Season 3. My first prediction that came out right. Hey, on the bright side,
hey, we did that. Hey, we still have a few more days.
I know.
You still have a few more days to go.
I know. On the bright side, I still got a couple of points today. Although the first game was close in terms of prediction, I could predict it 3-1. It was a 3-0. But the second one definitely got it right.
Go to that. definitely a worthy game. And ooh, just so amazed to see that today's closing game was at a fourth game for today. So 3-1 for Team Infinity. It was a very hard game going up against NTT7. It wasn't easy, but again, it was very momentum based. It was a very mental swing for them. And since this time closing in was just a 7.5k gold lead, not clean neutral objective though, because NTT7 was able to take away that turtle from them at first. And even looking up right now, 12 minute and 16 second, this is quite fast, to be honest, compared to the other games that we've seen. And it doesn't really feel as fast because it was just so intense again and again, with a lot of fights coming in and there. Like, Battle of the Masterminds, it was pretty fun to watch and to see and to witness and cast at this time, because we've never seen the Masha being picked up here. So basically a debut pick for season 3. It was a unique pick for Florian, and also even the Uranus being popped up here and there. So overall, it was a very satisfying game to see. It was an amazing match to witness also. And this is the lower bracket. So if ever everybody is tuning in and watching it right now, or can't wait to see what happens later on in the upper brackets. But overall, during all this, Doom is still the main damage dealer throughout all of this. Basically doubled even a few of his teammates here with 62.7k damage. But I'm actually surprised about Rusi though. Second highest damage dealt by Team Infinity. He was always there. He was always the stopper for Marquinhos. So at least that Uranus at the end of the day was able to secure his mission to just simply be a menace.
Yeah, he was just completely unstoppable. I think Rusi was just completely annoying, and I think they kind of really put all the eggs in that one basket of Doom, right? They understood that if Doom gets his hands on the Herod, he's definitely going to carry the game, and that's what he did. And it was great for them that they were able to execute it at the perfect time. Hopefully they're able to carry that momentum later on tomorrow against 9Z Global, because that's going to be really important for them to do so. And congratulations to Infinity to make it to further stages of the playoffs. And for Entity 7, it was wonderful having you so far throughout the entire competition, and same with DreamMax as well. Hopefully we look forward to see you in the next season. But for this MPL LATAM season 3, they have to call it an end, unfortunately, as they will bow out of the competition. We hope to see you next time for the next season.
Okay, at least now we know. Looking at the placements in MPL LATAM, it's just getting here and there. And looking at the placements for today's MVP of the game by Bonox, also Doom, a really well-deserved Harith for this MVP is 705 KDA, a 86% kill participation, and even up till the end, that Purify just works wonders. Nobody could catch him. Nobody was able to just like come in and actually whoop him up from the Land of Dawn. But turns out that Zaman Force was just like everything that he needs. Even coming in as a finisher, not just helping out ZZ, because ZZ is on the Baksha right now. It's not as mobile or as aggressive as the typical junglers that we've seen in previous matches or even previous games. So if ever this being brought up, Doom was the one who has to rise up to the occasion. If ever not, the whole draft will just like falls apart. And you know what, at the end of the day, it works well. It's still finding its way to adjust in this meta if ever the Baksha is getting picked up again or not. So let's see on the debate later on for tomorrow.
Yeah, we will see it indeed tomorrow. Let's how it goes, because at the moment feels like Infinity definitely have a lot of momentum going through in their favor, and I'm just excited to see Flick play tomorrow, man. Not gonna lie. It's gonna be
tomorrow,
crazy
yeah.
to see Corinthians just go ham tomorrow as well. So hopefully saving a lot of energy for that. And also at the same time, it's just a matter of fact, will they be able to make that, will they be able to make that climb possible? Will Infinity be able to beat 9Z Globan? Because 9Z Globan look really dominant today. They look like a different beast compared to what they did last week. And if Infinity are able to keep this up, able to not botch the draft by going like only one damage dealer, it definitely will work out, because they have the gameplay now, they have the momentum, they have the confidence. Only a matter of time till they figure out what draft works for them. And of course, if 9Z Globan get their hands on that double marksman again, yeah, it's like a key, right? It's like a key to their victory. They like to play this double marksman composition.
So at least now we know on which side of the team that they have their forte, they have their key to victory through all of that. So quite excited to see tomorrow, because it is still the first match for the lower brackets, but technically finding out who can advance later on, if ever, to face off somebody who lost in the upper bracket. And also finding out the first slot ever getting in for grand finals is tomorrow's, after 2 match results. Still best of 5 series. We'll see a schedule update, of course, later on, but if ever everybody's just can't wait anymore seeing it from on stream, you can check it out on socials too, at MLBB BR Esports. That's from the official Brazils also. And if ever you want to check us out for our Instagram, for me it's at It's Fate here, and for Kronos it's at G_Kronos. Usually do recaps, I usually do vlogs. We just complete a little bit of the experience here on Desk 2. And for today, Wowie, we're greeted with an opening of a clean sweep, and also closing in with Kronos finally hitting his prediction. So I might say it's a very good day for today.
It was a good day indeed. And you can make your day slightly better if you head to bonoxus.com and recharge your diamonds from there really quick, because it's fast, super secure, it's safe as well, and you get to use the code BNXMPL3 for that 5% discount. So what are you waiting for? Make sure you go there and recharge your diamonds right now. And of course, while we move on with the rest of it, you want to see the knockout brackets, which is powered by Community Gaming, as we will tell you more about Community Gaming later on. This is the road to being a champion for MPL LATAM Season 3. Influence Rage versus Corinthians gonna be tomorrow, the first match, and then after that we're gonna have Infinity versus 9Z Globant.
Okay, quite interesting to see. Whoever wins will advance to the 25th May bracket, if ever you guys see the schedules right there, and whoever loses from the upper bracket will also face off tomorrow again. So it'll be a test for stamina, because you got to keep that up like for today and for tomorrow. If ever you got to still battle it out in the third day, woof, I might say good luck to you guys. And again, for tomorrow, it's quite an exciting match. I even feel jitters right now announcing them and even witnessing for tomorrow, so can't wait. Can't wait to prep also for tomorrow, seeing how they'll try to play out. Any interesting drafts they would like to bring in, we don't know. Let's see, of course, at the 24th of May.
Yeah, you're gonna find out, because what's your prediction for tomorrow, Vey? Influence Rage and Corinthians, and Infinity versus 9Z Global.
Oh, it's quite a tough one though. I really haven't put much thought for it. Infinity versus 9Z Globant. Oh, I feel like it's probably going to be a 3-1 Infinity. If they get the momentum. There's an if though, but I'm gonna think about that. For the second though, Corinthians versus Influence Rage, 3-2 Corinthians.
3-0 Corinthians, I'm telling you right now.
3-0? Really?
I think it's gonna be a 3.
Hey, Influence Rage is very strong too, man. You gotta give it to
I'm
them.
not saying they're not strong. I'm not saying they're not strong. I'm just saying Corinthians are a different beast right now. I'm just saying it. But, you know, if you want to be a different beast yourself, you got to make sure you take part in tournaments. Now, wait, how can you take part in tournaments?
Of course, you gotta visit that website, our special website from Community Gaming. So it's at communitygaming.io. The path of becoming a professional starts in Community Gaming. You want to host it, you want to try to join in, you want to go show off your skills, it's definitely on Community Gaming. There is MLBB tournaments there opened up right now, and even other game genres you can even explore there too. So don't forget to check it out, and don't forget to go ahead and play there because it is really safe, and even they provide automated payments of if ever you want to host your tournaments.
Yeah, and also, apart from that, I heard that you can be MVP in your photos as well. Is that true?
Ooh, what can you use? What can you use? Is that the phone?
I don't know. Oh my god, is that the Techno Cannon series? Is that the Techno Cannon 40 series? Where you get to capture every victory with this incredible camera and flash snap feature? The feature that freezes the action in place with action in motion with precision and clarity? Is that the phone?
Definitely.
You get to be a star in and out of the game? Oh my god.
Yeah, of course, because
Techno 40 series.
you know what? You gotta be the MVP in your game. You gotta be the MVPs of your photos. So that's why don't forget to use the one and only Techno Camon 40 series. And we are here looking at the prediction standings. Kronos with his smug smile right there. You go. You gotta go that. It's
Still
19
last.
today. It's 19.
I'm still last though. I'm still last. I'm still in
The
last
season's not ending yet. The season's not ending yet,
still in
my
last
boy.
place. The season's not ending, I know, but I'm still in last place. I'm trying to make it out alive. Probably will, but I probably will not be last place by the end of the season. But let's see. I'm going super hard with my predictions now, but we'll find out.
Mind games tomorrow. Mind games.
It
Hey,
is
I
what it
mean,
is.
you're betting on Corinthians, so yeah.
I really think it's probably going to be a 3-0. I'm not going to lie. I really think it's going to be a 3-0. I really think it's going to be like a 3-0.
Okay.
Yeah,
Quite interesting to see.
I mean,
Trio?
I really think
3-1,
so, bro.
3-2?
I really think so. Because, like, if it's going to be a 3-0, then it's going to be, like, super difficult for Corinthians to try and, like, cement their place in the finals. We all know I mean, let's be honest. I feel like Corinthians have been a really good team. Of course, not taking away anything from Influence Rage. Influence Rage is also a great team. But they're looking really shaky. Right? If you ask me, they look really shaky with the way that they play and the way they make their comebacks and all that. And Corinthians, I really don't see them dropping a game. Do you really see them dropping a game?
Okay. If ever
Let alone two.
they give the opportunity, if ever. Again, anything could happen in the Land of Dawn. So hey, if ever, why not?
I'm taking a look at the lineup, of course, for Influence Rage. Like, there's Chino, Yotun, Chan, Fury, and Paquito. Yes, they have the ability to take, but Jesus, Flake, Frost, Navi, Upatizi, and Luis.
Again, hot match
You know what I
tomorrow.
mean?
It's somewhat of a glimpse of a grand finals. Somewhat.
Grand finals,
yeah, somewhat.
I know. I feel like it is probably the glimpse of a grand finals. Because apart from that, who else? Is it going to be, what, Corinthians versus Infinity in the grand finals? That would be nice to see. It could be Corinthians 9Z Globan again in the grand finals also. That would be something to watch as well.
True. Revenge from the pathway they've built and the playoff week. So, well, let's see. If ever, at least tomorrow, though, it's a glimpse of the grand finals because we get to see Corinthians and a lot of plays that are going to be made. Because, like, we've seen basically Flick being very comfortable in a lot of the heroes. So, if ever they do want to go head to head with Infinity, I'm pretty sure the drafts are just going to get as amazing as ever and quite creative, I might say, too. So, it wouldn't be a problem, and if ever they go head to head with 9Z Global, it's basically a revenge story. And if ever they go head to head with Influence Rage, it's just another rewrite of it, and also a lot of brotherhood connection. From Corinthians is by synergy, and from Rage is by blood. So let's see.
Oof, we'll find out. We'll find out. But I'm really apart from that match, right? Apart from Corinthians versus Influence Rage, I'm really thinking about who do you think might take it between 9Z Global and Infinity? That's a really tough match. That could go all 5 games.
Yeah,
I feel like
that's why I'm
games.
kind of contemplating though. I'm kind of contemplating right now. I haven't really locked in my answer. I'm really contemplating between like 3-1, 3-2, but I somewhat have some hopes for Infinity.
I mean, so do I, but 9Z Global just like to draft for that blue side Kimi, right? 9Z Global right to play for that gold lane, mid lane Kimi and gold lane Moskov. So I'm not really sure how it will work out, but I mean that's a talk for tomorrow. For all the viewers out there, we're just trying to tease you and to make it go into tomorrow. So if you want to make sure you get all that information, make sure to follow our socials as well. G_Chronos for myself. It's Vay here for Vay, and hey, it was an absolute cracker of a day, if you ask me. We had a 3-0 in the first, we got a 3-1 in the second, and 2 teams unfortunately have to bow out of the competition. Thank you so much, DreamMax, and thank you so much. I forgot the next team. Entity 7. Thank you so much, Entity 7, and thank you so much, DreamMax, and of course congratulations for 9Z Global and Infinity to make it further into the lower brackets, and we will find out who will come out victorious. Tomorrow we have cracker matches in store as well, and well, hey, we're looking forward to it tomorrow, and this has been an absolute pleasure. Chronos, Vay, you gotta say something?
Of course, we're at the end of the day already. Can't wait for tomorrow. Whoever was tuning in right now, don't forget we are starting in the same time, 5 p.m. Brazilian time, if ever you're in Asia. Depending on where you are, 3 until 4 a.m. But for Croatia, it's just getting ready in the UK too. So, okay, guys, we really want to be excited for tomorrow, and we're closing in for today. Faye and Chronos signing out. Thank you so much for watching Playoffs MPL LATAM Season 3, Day number 3. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Get out of here.